Acreditación en Liderazgo Internacional. Muy contento, muy feliz, muy orgulloso de todos los estudiantes que han estado aquí perseverantes, todos los líderes que nos están acompañando. Por favor, escríbanos si nos están viendo de manera correcta en ambas transmisiones, porque recordemos que como esta es una acreditación de liderazgo internacional, la tenemos en inglés y la tenemos en español, en idioma original y en idioma adaptado e interpretado al español. Entonces, solamente aquí a través de los líderes de grupos, a ver si se está viendo correctamente la transmisión y se está escuchando correctamente. Alguien, a ver, algún líder de grupo que me diga si sí lo estamos viendo de manera correcta, se está escuchando de manera correcta. ¿Se está escuchando de manera correcta? Hola, ¿sí? Ok. Y todos así, ¿no? Checando sus grupos y checando las transmisiones para ver si sí estamos fluyendo totalmente como lo teníamos planeado. Entonces, sí, si estamos ya todos listos y ustedes también, nosotros estamos ya puestísimos para arrancar con este segundo día. Muy agradecidos y muy contentos con todos ustedes por estar aquí el día de hoy y agradecer, por supuesto, y dar la bienvenida como cada uno de los módulos que vamos a tener. Agradecer a la Embajada de Estados Unidos en México, agradecer al Consulado General de Estados Unidos en Guadalajara, agradecer, por supuesto, a Coparmex Jalisco y agradecer a todo el equipo de Kingala que también aquí está presente dando el soporte y el apoyo a través de estos 5 grupos de liderazgo. Agradeciendo también al staff que está aquí el día de hoy presente también, muy concentrado. ¿Cómo está el ambiente? ¿Cómo está el ambiente? Así, ayer estaban más ambientados, están muy concentrados, pero está bien, es que es el segundo día y traemos muchas dinámicas porque ya tenemos también aquí conectado a Troy, entonces están haciendo que todo esté funcionando de manera correcta. Recordarles que el día de hoy es nuestro segundo día de acreditación en liderazgo internacional. Vamos a estar conectados 4 horas, la dinámica es la misma que la sesión anterior. Tenemos un bloque de 45 minutos, 15 minutos de preguntas y respuestas, 5 minutos de break. Volvemos al segundo módulo, 45 minutos, media hora de 15 minutos de preguntas y respuestas, media hora de break y concluimos con nuestro último módulo de 45 minutos de contenido, 15 minutos de preguntas y respuestas y finaliza el segundo día. Entonces, pedirles también que pues estén constantemente poniendo con sus grupos las preguntas, porque obviamente el día de hoy Troy quiere contestar todas sus preguntas y pues vamos a tratar de acumular la mayor cantidad de ellas para poderlo llevar a cabo de manera correcta. 2 cosas importantísimas antes de hablar del examen, que yo sé que todos de que no, el examen estuvo súper difícil. Ahí vamos, ahorita vamos a hablar de eso. 2 cosas importantes y muy buenas noticias que les vamos a recordar durante estos días. 2 cosas muy buenas. Una, el 13 de enero de 4 a 6 de la tarde, ya les va a llegar la información para que no se me angustien, de 4 a 6 de la tarde, el 13 de enero vamos a tener una sesión de seguimiento. Termina la acreditación internacional, pero va a haber una sesión de seguimiento el 13 de enero de 4 a 6 de la tarde. Les vamos a dar la información a través de los grupos de WhatsApp, de sus correos y de Facebook. 13 de enero de 4 a 6. Terminamos esta acreditación y el 13 de enero va a haber una sesión adicional de seguimiento. Y una muy buena noticia, de verdad que me da muchísimo orgullo, satisfacción y alegría compartirles, porque después de 3 largos años de espera, estamos listos para presentar, o más bien para hacer un evento, un pre-launching event, que esto significa un evento de lanzamiento, un evento de poder realmente nosotros estar listos para todo el tiempo, pues participar de todo lo que hemos estado haciendo, y esto significa específicamente un evento de pre-lanzamiento del libro de José Luis Reyes, o sea, de mí, ¿no? Este libro que se ha construido durante estos 3 años, literalmente, de mucho profesionalismo, con editores, con ilustradores, con diseñadores gráficos, con consultores de contenido, para que pueda aterrizar muchísimas cosas. Muchas de las cosas que estamos hablando el día de hoy vienen en ese libro. La buena noticia, que de verdad lo digo con mucho cariño desde el corazón, es que el jueves 16 de diciembre de 5 a 8 de la tarde a 8 de la noche es el evento de prelanzamiento y es un evento privado, es un evento, pues podríamos decirlo como cerrado, ¿no? Un evento que no van a ver pues no sé, como que la publicidad así correr por todos lados, porque es un evento de prelanzamiento solamente para las personas que han tomado programas con nosotros, como en este caso cada uno de los líderes que están aquí pues presentes. Entonces, para que agenden muy bien, jueves 16 de diciembre de 5 a 8 de la noche vamos a estar transmitiendo desde la Biblioteca Pública del Estado y ya les vamos a hacer llegar la invitación. Es una invitación únicamente, o más bien es un evento solamente por invitación, en el que no es un evento abierto, es un evento solamente para los líderes y para las personas que han tomado programas con nosotros en este tiempo, y que pues obviamente ustedes van a tener el acceso a el conocimiento que viene adentro del libro, que ya lo van a ver este jueves 16 de diciembre de 5 a 8 de la noche. Les vamos a hacer llegar la invitación, pero para que lo vayan agendando, porque es la próxima semana y todos ustedes están invitadísimos. Les vamos a dar un código, porque solamente con un código de referencia pueden entrar. Entonces, ahora sí, rápidamente, y porque ya quiero darle la palabra a Troy, quiero hablar muy breve acerca del quiz, ¿no? De este examen que les hicimos de evaluación del día de ayer. Voy a repasar las preguntas, voy a explicar las respuestas muy brevemente para poder tener esta claridad y qué va a pasar con aquellas personas que no obtuvieron este 90 de calificación. El primero es que el 90 sobre 100, muy claro, y ayer lo estuvieron clarificando algunos líderes en sus grupos, el 90 sobre 100 es el promedio de los 3 módulos, ¿no? Eso sí es oficial y esto es algo importante que todos tienen que conocer. Pregunta número 1. Liderazgo es un estilo de vida. Esto ya lo habíamos dicho y si hay alguna pregunta, por favor ahí me la hacen saber. La segunda pregunta es, por eso tenían que contestar la evaluación antes de esta transmisión, porque ya vamos a decir las respuestas ahorita. Y si lo contestas después, pues ya te estoy diciendo las respuestas y ya no va a tener validez. Entonces, todas las personas que no contestaron la evaluación hasta ahorita, pues ya no van a poder tener esta acreditación y este diploma. El rol principal del líder es crear más líderes. Ya lo habíamos visto y lo definimos en el pizarrón. No es pizarrón, es pintarrón, ¿verdad? Pizarrón de GIS. En la palabra internacional, el prefijo inter significa entre, pero todo esto se los estuve escribiendo en el pintarrón. En el diagrama CRE de liderazgo, la C significa consciente, resiliente y eficiente. Consciente era la C de consciente. ¿Quién es el autor de las 3 preguntas? Jorge Bucay. Lo dijimos, que es psiquiatra argentino, que también lo anoté ahí en el pintarrón. En la vida necesitamos contestar 3 preguntas. ¿Quién soy? ¿A dónde voy? Y la tercera pregunta era ¿con quién? Y esa era la respuesta correcta. Módulo 2. ¿Qué es la cultura de la empresa? Simplemente lo que se permite y lo que no se permite. Eso creo que también estaba muy claro. ¿Quién es responsable de crear la cultura de la empresa? El líder o el liderazgo. ¿Cuáles obstáculos no prohíben, o cuál obstáculo, perdón, no prohíbe la adaptación al cambio? El liderazgo. Si tú tienes un buen liderazgo, entonces la adaptación al cambio, y esto lo estuvimos hablando Troy y yo, si tú tienes un buen liderazgo, la adaptación al cambio se va a permitir. Y esta era la respuesta correcta en esta pregunta número 3 del módulo 2. ¿La cultura de la empresa se puede controlar? Sí, totalmente se puede controlar y esto lo explicó Troy muy bien. ¿Qué hacemos si alguien no tiene disponibilidad para cambiar? Tenemos que explicar nuestro porqué y explicarle el porqué de esa persona, por qué nos conviene. ¿Se acuerdan de esta pregunta? ¿Cuál es una herramienta que no permite, a tool to make people feel part of the culture? ¿Cuál es una herramienta para hacer que las personas se sientan parte de la cultura? Explicar tu visión, explicar tu porqué y darles este empowerment. Y entonces era todas las anteriores. ¿Los líderes se tienen que preocupar por adaptar nuevas culturas? Sí, hablamos inclusive con el ejemplo de Facebook, ¿verdad? Módulo 3, si aquí van algunas preguntas, igual vale la pena que de una vez haya alguien diga que no estoy de acuerdo, ¿no? Porque pues sí lo dijimos todo lo que viene aquí en el examen. Módulo 3, Leadership Post-COVID, cuando hablamos acerca del liderazgo después del COVID y la resiliencia. Laissez-faire es un liderazgo democrático, falso. Laissez-faire, acuérdate que es un liderazgo que simplemente deja hacer a los demás, Las decisiones en el liderazgo democrático son por los dos, el equipo y el líder. Las decisiones en el liderazgo democrático se toman por el equipo y por el líder. ¿Quién es el autor de la teoría de los 3 estilos de liderazgo? Lo vimos muy claramente. Lewin, ¿se acuerdan? Kurt Lewin es el nombre Kurt y el apellido Lewin. El liderazgo adaptativo se adapta a la persona. El liderazgo situacional es el que se adapta a la situación. El liderazgo adaptativo a la persona. Tengo un estilo de liderazgo dependiendo de la persona. Resiliencia es una capacidad que todos tenemos. La palabra resiliencia viene del latín, se los escribí en el pintarrón, resilio. ¿Se acuerdan? Que significa rebotar, regresar hacia atrás, algunos sinónimos que pusimos. Resiliencia es igual a resistencia. Falso. No queremos personas en nuestro equipo de trabajo que resistan, queremos personas que sean resilientes. El sinónimo de resiliencia sería entereza, ¿no? Para un poco más así como en términos filosóficos, pero sería como entereza más que resistencia. ¿Cuál es el número de niños que fueron estudiados por Amy Werner y Ruth Smith en el estudio que les conté? 698. Fue la muestra que tomaron, ¿se recuerdan? ¿Y qué porcentaje de niños estudiados llevaban una vida normal? El 34%. Y hasta Johnny me ayudó a hacer la cuenta. Adrede hicimos la cuenta aquí con calculadora. 34%. Entonces, bueno, ¿qué va a pasar con aquellas personas que no obtuvieron el 90 de calificación? Me dicen, oye, pues ni en las más altas universidades, ni en las más grandes universidades tienen el 90 sobre 100 para pasar, ¿no? ¿Qué va a pasar con aquellas personas que se quedaron entre 8, 8.5, 9, que están agüitadas porque no van a tener su acreditación? Primero voy a hablar de las personas que tienen arriba de 90, sigan avanzando en los módulos porque arriba de 90 significa que pues estás dentro de todas las personas que van a obtener esta acreditación. Las personas que se quedaron por debajo del promedio para alcanzar su 90 general en el cúmulo de estos 3 módulos, va a haber una oportunidad al finalizar los 3 módulos, dependiendo del rango o de nivel en el que te quedes, de un, como podríamos decir, como un tipo extraordinario, ¿no? Pero ya platicaremos de eso. Con lo que quiero arrancar y para darle la bienvenida a Troy es con que regresemos a este ánimo con el que empezamos este programa, en el que la acreditación significa un documento, evidentemente, que pues estás poniendo atención, que sabes y que llevas todos los conceptos que estamos hablando, pero el objetivo de todo esto es que obtengas tu conocimiento e independientemente de los resultados del examen, que todo este conocimiento y que tus preguntas salgan y que se sigan apoyando como líderes. Entonces, diciendo todo esto, ahora sí me voy a pasar aquí a mi mesita que preparamos listo para poder tener esta primera sesión con Troy. Y quiero darle la bienvenida a nuestro guest speaker, que ya sabemos que nos está aquí acompañando y que está conectado desde hace ya un buen rato, listo para poder hacer este arranque. Y pues para ver si me lo pueden conectar allá, Troy, que esté listo. Troy, can you hear me there?
I sure can. There we go.
How are you? Ready? Welcome to the second day.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Bien, bien.
Ya ven, vamos a tener la sesión en español mejor, ya dijimos.
That's just a little bit. That's about all I can do.
Thank you very much. So today we're gonna talk about in this first module, we're gonna talk about talent acquisition and retention. But you told me that you want to answer one question that was from a person of yesterday, right? So if you want to go to that question, that will be great.
Yes, yesterday someone asked me what book would I recommend to read on how to improve a culture in an organization. And yes, given that a lot of thought, there's a lot of good books out there. So I came up with 3, if you want to write this down. One is Deep Change by Robert Quinn. That's a really good book. And then really implementing a cultural change is all about influence. So Becoming a Person of Influence by John Maxwel. And then another one by John Maxwel, if you want, it has to do with cultural change as well as other things, but it's called Leadership. And that's another good book.
So that was a question that someone asked yesterday.
Yes, and I didn't have an answer and didn't want to give an answer without giving it some good thought.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much. So now we're gonna start with this 4th module that it's talent acquisition and retention. And I want to start to ask you the first question that I prepared for you. So the first question is, what do you think creates turnover?
The first thing really to understand about turnover is why people leave their jobs. And if we understand that, it'll help us to eliminate turnover or reduce it. The number one reason why people leave their jobs is their immediate supervisor. It is poor management. It's poor leadership. People don't feel valued as an employee. A couple other things that rank high on the list of things that create turnover is poor culture, not a good work-life balance, and then there's no future for that individual. All of these things are what creates turnover. I think it's important to treat your employees right. And in saying this, hear me out, not all turnover is bad. I know that some of you were talking about issues with, a boss or an employee yesterday. So there's good turnover and there's bad turnover. A good turnover could be a promotion, or it could even be removing an anchor. So like if you have a ship and you throw an anchor into the sea, maybe someone on your team or in your organization is that anchor, and they're causing you not to move forward, either culturally, growth, sales, whatever it is. They're the anchor that's stopping you from getting better as an organization. Sometimes you got to remove the anchor. I was going to ask everyone today, do you have an anchor in your organization stopping you from growing? I'm sure a lot of you would say yes. The question is, what are you going to do about it? And sometimes that is good turnover. Back to you.
Yeah, so that's a very different concept and a very good one. So I would add on that about, like the grown hiring process. So if you have a grown hiring process, the turnover is going to be higher, so that's another thing that I would say. And also lack of clarity, because sometimes in my company, for example, they hire sellers or I don't know, people for the warehouse, and we as company, we were not clear with that person. So maybe after 1 month or 2 months, they thought that they were expecting something else that we didn't promise, but they were thinking that we were going to give them something else. So maybe just to be more clear with people and very specific with them, with the contract and with the documents and with everything, the position and all the development career that they can have within the company. That's something that, in my case, it's also a thing that creates turnover, not being clear with the person who is getting into the company.
I think too, everyone knows the company Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
I would think everyone does.
Yeah.
Well, Amazon a few months back had a turnover percent of 150%. So for every 10 people they hired,
Mm-hmm.
they were losing 15.
Wow.
And here in the United States, and I think worldwide, they have started increasing their sign-on bonus. First it was $500, $1,000, $1,500. It's up to $3,000 sign-on bonus, and their turnover percent still hasn't lowered. So I think at some point in that organization, they're going to have to look at and figure out, why are we experiencing the turnover? Because I don't think people are really valued in that company. It's all about production and they're just a number, but their turnover is high and it's definitely crippling their organization.
So I want to go to the second question, that is, what do you think creates talent retention?
Talent retention starts from the hiring process.
Okay.
It goes all the way back to making sure you're picking the right person. But once that person's in your organization, you have to make sure that that person feels valued and part of the team. We talked yesterday about making sure you know everybody and you know what's going on in their life, showing empathy. When you do that, they're going to feel valued, they're going to feel part of the team, and they're not going to want to leave. Because think about this. You have a person who goes to work, they work 40 hours, they're spending 2/3 of their life, or 2/3 of their week with you in that organization. So if you make them feel like family, you make them feel like they're valued and appreciated, they're going to want to stay. If not, they're going to want to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then you have to work on developing your people. Too many times organizations just get someone in there and they can do the job and then that's it. But what can they see the potential to reach that? How can they get that person to reach their potential? How can they get them to do more, to make more, to do more for the organization? And then consistent follow-up.
Yeah.
Always consistently making sure that you're following up with your employees, making sure that you're staying on top of everything. You're making sure they feel valued and you're developing them and all of that.
Yeah, and you said something very important that I think, like, as humans, we have this basic need of belonging and feeling important as a person. And if we go to work to a place where we don't feel that basic need, then we're going to be looking for another job, or we are not going to be happy there. So people are going to be waiting for something else, because they are not like satisfying that basic need, that is belonging to that place, or maybe just feeling important. And as you just said yesterday, we don't need that much money to make people important, to create, like the culture. Maybe it's just like yesterday you said something very important and very simple, that is a notebook that you were using for your employees. And that's amazing. That's so simple. And that's for 20 pesos, so we can buy this notebook and we can do that every day. And also, I would say about the leadership skills, so we need to develop them, and we need to train them so they can feel that they are advancing in life, and that they are being important in the company, not only for the company, but also for the boss, because we want our boss to be happy all the time. I would say that.
Yep.
Yeah. So so the third question is, what do you look for when you hire someone? This is super important, because if everything starts in the hiring process, so what do you look for?
And that's a really great question, Jose. And it's what to look for in the interview and in the person itself. So I think too many people get this piece wrong. So when you want to hire someone, whether it be someone in production, whether it be someone in HR, someone in loss prevention, whatever the job is, you want them to have some skill set, you want them to have some background, but more importantly, here's some things that people miss. Obviously, you want someone who's honest. You want someone who's a hard worker. You want someone who's motivated. You want someone who's dependable. You want someone that fits the culture, but you just can't ask those questions. Mr. Candidate, Mrs. Candidate, are you honest? Yes. Okay, great. Check. Are you a hard worker?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, check. You can't just ask those questions. And so what you need to do when you come to creating the questions for the interview is you need to have a list of who you want on your team.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a leader hiring your team, you need to make sure that your team makes up any weaknesses that you have.
Yeah.
So if you're weak in a couple areas, you need to make sure you hire some people that are really strong in those areas.
Yeah.
And then are you dependable? Yeah. Well, how do you find out if they're dependable?
Mm-hmm.
You need to formulate all of your interview process around answering that question.
Okay.
So when you turn around and you check these things off, you know that I had a good, solid interview. They fit our culture. They're the person I want, and I'm going to bring them on board.
Yeah. So what I do, and just give me, I would like to have your feedback about what I do. When I have these interviews, I really like to ask about the family, about the values, about what's important for you. So what do you do? What did you do before coming to this interview? What are you gonna do after this interview? And because I assume that the skills and the technical skills that they have to have, they have them, because we have this HR department who is in charge of making this process. But I want to know about the person. I want to meet the person. I want to know his values or her values, what's important for that person, what the dreams are, what the vision for that person, and not only for the person, also for the family, for the, the development for that person. So I think that's something that I do in the interviews. So when people come to my desk and they have the interview, sometimes they are super nervous because they have these questions prepared, and maybe they think that I'm gonna make them a test of the skills. And when they find that this is more like a conversation and that I'm young, because I'm a young person, a young entrepreneur, so they confused about where's your dad, right? Where's your dad? I mean, is this gonna be just the interview? Are you gonna be hiring me? So what do you think about this? About asking the person about personal things without crossing the line, but because I want, authentically, I want to know who is gonna come to my company, to my team. Because the skills, a lot of people can have the skills, but the values, the vision, the passion, the culture fit that you just said, it's just about conversation, not a yes and no answer.
I agree. I think that you can teach anyone the skills needed to perform a task at a job, but you can't change their character.
Yeah.
You can't change their integrity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you do have to be careful, and especially from a human resource standpoint, can't ask them certain questions. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with those things. But you can always say, tell me something about yourself that's not on the resume. I just want to know about you. That's an open-ended question. They can say whatever they want to with that. Or if you're the third or fourth person interviewing, when they come in, maybe the first question is, tell me something that you haven't already shared with the other three people you've interviewed with.
Yeah.
And it opens up the door for more conversation, because you want to get to know the person and have them feel comfortable, because they're going to be part of your family.
Yeah. Yeah. And talking a little bit about what you just said, because I do this in my company, we don't hire when we are talking about the leader team or the executive team. We don't hire anyone that has not gone through 3 interviews with the team. So maybe the process is gonna be longer, and maybe the process is gonna be like it's gonna take more time if you want to get that position faster. But for me, it's been working because people are hiring their own team. Maybe they are not gonna report to that person who is interviewing that person, but they're gonna be working amongst each other. So what do you think about this? This is something that I do in my company. So the candidate needs to go to different interviews when they are in my core team.
I love it. I'll even share a funny true story with you guys.
Yes.
So we had to hire in Dallas, Texas. We had to hire 30 managers within a 3-week period of time, because we were launching 30 stores.
Okay.
And we had to get them hired, trained, and everything. So we rented out the embassy suites. We had conference rooms. Well, I was on the final panel after, they took an assessment test, after they had a group interview, 2 or 3 individual interviews. And by the time I got to this person, they had great credentials. All the notes on the resumes were like, this guy's awesome. I don't know if we're going to pay him enough. He's super good. And when we interviewed him, I was on the final panel. There was 2 other people aside from me. And he was super polished on his interview. He answered everything textbook perfect. And so he worked as I'm drawing a blank, not a warden, but the one person underneath a warden in a prison. So he oversaw multiple wings of a prison, had supervisors and guards and a whole bunch of people underneath him. And I said, what's the strangest thing that you've ever experienced working in the prison? And boom, he told me that when prisoners try to commit suicide,
wow,
that they try to hang themselves. So he said that one of his supervisors was taking a break, and the guards were on break, supervisors covering. So anyways, he had to jump in and do that. The guy was trying to commit suicide. So he went over to hold him up until some more guards would come and help him. And the prisoner kicked him in the face, kneed him in the face. And so he told me in the interview, this is the final interview, the last step, that everyone liked this guy.
Okay.
He told us, I just pulled him down and helped him to it. And I said, so you killed him?
Wow.
He's like, he was going to kill himself anyways. I just pulled him down and helped him to it.
Wow.
And I'm like, what happened after that? He's like, I got reprimanded. I got a written warning. In prison, it's different. You don't worry about those things. And then everyone was like, just totally shocked that we never hired the guy.
Yeah.
Because he had no remorse. He had no guilt.
Yeah.
He didn't think it was wrong. And we didn't want to bring someone into our culture that felt that way.
That doesn't kill us.
Like everybody on the panel that previous, right? All the other interviews and the people who knew this guy and wrote all the good comments.
Yeah.
When we didn't hire him and didn't offer him a job, they were totally shocked. They were like, I can't believe you didn't hire this guy. What made you not hire him? And I'm like, well, just ask him a simple question, got him talking, and we decided not to hire him after he answered that.
Yeah, wow, that's a very good story. And I want to ask you something else. And before answering that question, I want to add a quick story that I lived with you, and I want to share that with the audience. And the question is, who is responsible for the turnover? So I remember when I met Troy, one day we went to have lunch, and he was teaching me leadership skills and leadership tips, and I was writing down everything. And there was something that you told me, and that I want you to please explain this statement with this question that I'm asking to you. You said, people don't leave their jobs, they leave their bosses. And when I heard that, for me, it was like, oh my God, yes. I mean, it's not always the company, it's not always the salary, it's not always the benefits, it's the leader. So even if you can have like the best company, and you can have, yesterday we talked about this, the best culture and the sodas and everything, if that person has a leader that is not a leader, is more a boss, is going to leave the company. Obviously, if that's a very good talent, but that person is not happy with the leader, does not admire his or her leader, then obviously that person is going to leave. So please share with us more about this, because that statement for me was, very important. I wrote that statement in my notebook, and it was a very important, concept for me that I lived since then.
Well, what's ironic is that if you interview people, you're going to come up with that answer as you interview them, and they're gonna say basically that they weren't treated right, they weren't appreciated. When you get down to the core values, that's the number one reason why people leave their jobs is their immediate supervisor. They don't feel appreciated. Some people may tolerate it. Some people may stay until they can find another job, but no one likes it. If you spend 2/3 of your life at a job, at work, doing something for somebody, you want to feel valued, you want to feel appreciated, and if you don't, you're leaving. So yeah, that's sad but true.
Sad but true, and it was very important for me. And actually, what we do in our company, it's when there's an employee that is leaving the company, we made this exit interview. So it is in the paper, and one of the questions thanks to you is, are you leaving because of your boss? How is your relationship with the relation with your boss? How do you feel when your boss hired you? So there are a lot of questions about the boss, and we realized that this statement obviously is always true. I mean, 90% of the time people leave the company because of the boss. So this is amazing. So the next question is, how do you recommend interviewing candidates? What to look for? What's better? I mean, open-ended questions, closed questions. How would you recommend this?
One, it needs to be as much as a conversation as you can make it. So the person's got to feel very comfortable in coming in. Anytime people are interviewing, they get nervous, they got some anxiety or whatever it is. So you need to make them feel relaxed, very comfortable. And that's all about your body language. It's all about your tone. It's all about the setting. Did you offer them some water? Did you offer them a drink? And so you need to make sure that when they come in, that you have open-ended questions.
Yeah.
You talk 10 to 20% of the time, and they should be talking 80 to 90% of the time.
Yeah.
You can ask a lot of behavioral questions. You never want to ask closed questions like, are you a good worker? Are you dependable? You don't want to ask yes or no's. You want to make sure they're open-ended. You want to describe a situation. And then something else is when you're interviewing, sometimes people get very rigid on, I have 10 questions I'm going to ask. So question number 1.
Yeah.
And they spit it out, and they stop, and they write some notes. And then they go, question number 2. And then they stop, write some notes. I would highly discourage that.
Okay.
Because one, are you really valuing what they're saying, or are you just going through a formality of going through an quote unquote interview process?
Yeah.
So instead, you want to continue to dive deeper into what they're saying. So just like the story I shared with you about that candidate.
Yeah.
Well, I never would have found out that he was reprimanded unless I just said, well, what happened next?
Yeah.
And I just kept him talking. And I think that's the key in a really good interview. You ask a question and then you keep them talking.
Okay.
What'd you do about that? And you keep them talking. What happened next? How'd you feel about that? Would you do this? Would you do it the same way if you had a chance? Would you do something different? And you just keep asking questions. And again, going back to the other question you asked me earlier, what are you looking for? You're looking for their characteristic traits. You're looking for their attributes. You're looking for, are they a right cultural fit?
Yeah.
Those are the things that you want to probe down into. And you can also ask we talk a lot about a leader, right? The number one reason why they leave.
Yeah.
So one of the questions that I always ask is, in a perfect world, if you could create a perfect boss to work for, what would they be like? And then give the person a chance to answer. They may say, well, we're not in a perfect world. I'm like, okay, so hypothetically, in a perfect world, and they start rattling off. I want a boss who's compassionate. I want a boss who knows their stuff and who can teach and develop me, but will also give me candid feedback. I want a boss who doesn't micromanage me. Now, they're telling you things about previous bosses that they didn't like. So they probably had a boss that micromanaged them, and that could give you another question to ask down the line. It's also going to tell you, what is their core value at heart? They're not going to be a leader who's going to micromanage. They're not going to be a leader who is not compassionate.
Yeah.
And then it's also going to tell you, is it going to be a good fit for me? Mm-hmm. I literally had someone tell me, I want a boss that I can go out and drink with and go party with.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not me. I'm not that guy. Mm-hmm. And so it's going to tell you, are they going to be the right person for you? I need a boss who's going to pat me on the back every day and tell me what a great job I did because I'm so awesome.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not that type of person who's going to pat them on the back every day, that's not going to be a right cultural fit for you.
Yeah.
So questions like that you can get kind of more of a psychological approach or a psychological answer. I mean, that question alone tells you what their core values are, issues that they've had probably with previous bosses, and then whether you're allowed, if you're going to be able to work for them.
Yeah. So it is more about a conversation, right? So it's not just like a quiz, yes, no, 1 to 5. It's more like a conversation. So it's more a guide that you have, maybe, instead of just having this structured interview.
I just dig. I mean, the best thing to do is it's a conversation, but you're digging down to find out if it's the right fit.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people come in and they're trained and they go through interviewing classes and they say, never say anything bad about your previous company or your previous bosses because that's going to make you look bad. So I've learned a tactic around that. And I ask people, you're applying for a reason.
Yeah.
But let's say that you could change 3 things about the place where you left. Mm-hmm. And those 3 things would keep you to stay. Mm-hmm. What would those 3 things be?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Find out all the dirt and everything on what's going on in the company.
Yeah.
And they really unload and they talk about, I'm not treated well, I'm being yelled at, mm-hmm. It's a dictatorship.
Yeah.
They don't pay me right, they don't treat me right, they didn't give me my bonus,
mm-hmm.
all these things.
Yeah.
And I didn't tell them to say anything bad about the company. I just said, what would be 3 things to change so that you would stay? So you wouldn't have to get another job. And that's an easy way to uncover that.
Yeah. So with all this in America, are you finding it hard to find candidates? I mean, because you have all this knowledge and all this, the American dream, here in Mexico and everything. A lot of people want to go there, and we want them to stay here because here in Mexico we have a lot of opportunities. But the question is it hard, as it is here in Mexico, in Latin America, to find candidates in companies?
Oh, we have no problems.
Really?
I'm totally joking, of course. So absolutely, there's a ton of problems. Some of it is created artificially through our government. And we might have a minimum wage of $7.25, but artificially that wage has been up to $15. So companies are happening to increase the wage. And during the pandemic, during our quarantine time, people could stay home and make $14.47 an hour, mm-hmm. just staying home. And once that ended, it's really hard to try to get people to come to work for 15 when they're staying at home for 14.47. Why go to work for 53 cents more an hour?
Yeah.
And so that has been very difficult to deal with. And then we have a kind of a complacency, with getting back to work and being off, and people just don't want to work like they used to.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's hard because, for example, in my company, we have, as you know, retail stores. So we need vendors, we need people to be there, like in the physical area, right? So as you just said, there are people who are just like, okay, no, I'm selling things through Facebook. I'm selling things in my Instagram. So now I'm an influencer, and I don't know, YouTube is paying for my videos, right? So it's getting hard and hard and hard here in Mexico. Yesterday I was looking at the platform that we use a lot here in our country that is called Indeed. So the website is mx.indeed.com, just to look and to dig around how many positions they have, like posted, and they have 37,000 positions to apply. And then I went to the same example that we went through yesterday about Facebook, and only in Mexico, Facebook Mexico, they have 1,378 positions, and that they are in vacant. So it's kind of, shocking somehow. It's not only my company, it's not only the companies of the people that are being here in this program. It's worldwide. So that's a big challenge. And what can we do to find candidates? I mean, if you don't find this candidate, if you don't find this person who is like this perfect fit, what can we do? And what can we do different to find these candidates?
Well, I think a lot of companies now are not waiting for the candidates to apply.
Okay.
I see more networking, more referrals, more actively seeking through LinkedIn, through Facebook, through multiple media sources or social media sources. And so people are actively just saying, hey, we've got a job. I think you'd be good. Come and apply.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or this company's got a job. You need to go apply, because the candidates aren't out there.
Yeah.
I mean, we post, there's ads up, and you might normally get 50 to 100 resumes after you post an ad, and you might get like 5 to 10.
Yeah.
So it's substantially less. So I think actively going out and seeking out the candidates is a whole new paradigm. It's a cultural shift that companies have to do in order to survive.
Yeah. So we would say we need to be proactive.
And then a lot of times people will screen resumes, and they'll see if they've got the background, the education, their work experience, see if they've got gaps in resumes, dates, times, things like that. And there's companies now just saying, if I've got a resume, I'm going to actually call the person, or I'm going to text the person and see if I can get a hold of them and talk to them. Yeah. I don't care about the resume. I just want a live person to talk to see if they'd be interested. If they fit the culture, they fit the personality traits that I want, then I'll teach them the skills. Yeah. So a lot of companies are not worrying about, do you have previous background in, retail, customer service, engineering, whatever it is. They're just like, I just want someone, and I'll teach you the rest.
Yeah. So we would say with this proactivity, we need to keep on looking for candidates, even if we don't have these vacant positions.
Correct. You're always looking.
Okay.
You never stop looking.
Okay. Because we want to hire the person when the position is vacant, right? I mean, like, this is for now and it's urgent. And if we have this good practice of always looking for candidates, even if we don't have this vacant post, then we can just have like this pool of persons who are willing to work with us. And when the opportunity comes, then we have this pool of persons, right? So this database or whatever.
So each organization, your company, those of you watching, your company is good as your weakest link.
Okay.
You're as good as your worst employee.
Yeah.
That's the best you can be.
Yeah.
So that's why you always want to continue hiring. Even when you're fully staffed, you always want to continually looking to see if you can upgrade someone. Now, obviously, you just don't want to do the turnover. You want to develop and train and coach them along. But if that doesn't work, you need to already have someone in the pipeline ready to go to replace that person, so that that person doesn't cripple you into not doing anything.
Yeah. So we're almost on time. So I have just a final question, and this is a curiosity that I have, because it's also happening here in Mexico, and I want to know how it's happening in the US. So the question is, are companies in America keeping bad employees because they are fearful that they won't be able to find any candidate to interview?
So the answer is yes and no.
Okay.
So let me explain. We have companies that are keeping bad employees because they are fearful. Now, when you keep a bad employee, your culture changes and it goes downhill and it erodes away. And those companies are struggling and they're not doing as well. You have other companies that are saying, no, I'm gonna pull the trigger, I'm gonna make the change, even though I can't find another candidate. And they're still struggling because now they're understaffed and everyone's being overworked and they're getting tired. They don't have a work-life balance. And then they have a potential of losing other candidates. So it's like a double-edged sword. It's very difficult, especially in this post-pandemic time that we're all experiencing. And once you can determine your right culture and make sure you're taking care of your employees, chances are you'll be able to start retaining them and your retention will be solid.
Okay, great. So now it's time to go to the audience questions, and I want to start with the first one, and Juan is going to be asking you these questions, and we have 15 minutes for this.
Okay.
We have a question from Group A. This is, what do you think if in a job interview, a prospect answered that they left their previous job because of a toxic and deficient culture? What do you think of that answer? How do you evaluate candidates who say they left their job because they could not get along with their bosses?
Well, a lot of people do that. That's the number one reason why people leave as their immediate supervisor. So I would ask them why. What was the environment like? What happened? When they answer a question like that, you can't just stop with, okay, you've got to dig deeper. You've got to take the time to, okay, well, what do you mean by toxic environment? What exactly was going on? What is it that did you feel uncomfortable? What happened? And then as a person starts to elaborate that, you can determine, are they the issue? Are they the problem? Or was it really the culture of the organization? If it's the culture of that organization, they could be a great fit because they're not going to accept a toxic environment. You know they're going to be positive, you know they're going to contribute and add to your culture.
Okay. Great. So next question, please.
All right, next question from Group D. Are there really bad employees, or it is that they don't fit with the culture of the company?
I think that it's not necessarily bad employees. I think it's more of a will issue, W-I-L-L. So I think when people don't want to do something, that's when they're quote unquote bad employees. And it all goes back to your onboarding, your interviewing. You've got to select the right people. So is that the interviewer's fault? Is that the owner's fault? Is that the leader's fault? Or is that the employee's fault because they were selected?
Okay, so next question, please.
Next question from Group C. What are immediate actions that can be taken to improve the work environment?
Immediate actions that can be taken to improve the work environment. Well, I mean, first you got to figure out what's wrong. So that's the first step. Organize some meetings and get some really candid, unsolicited feedback on what could be better. And once you have that, then get together with your leaders and kind of go through it strategically and figure out what's most important. If you think about the word win, right? What's important next? If you want to be a winner, use that. So then figure out what's important next. So what of these things that aren't being done right do we need to fix first, and what could make the biggest impact, or put it into an impact matrix, and then just start implementing, start rolling it out. Communicate to your team, say, hey, these are some things that we heard you guys talk about, we weren't doing right, we're going to change it, we're going to make it better, and move forward with it. And just don't wait on it. Analysis by paralysis is bad too.
Okay. So next question, please.
All right, this is from Group A. Troy, sometimes a prospect wants to know more about the company during the job interview, but the company is very reserved to give any information. What do you think about it?
Depends on what they're asking for, but I don't know why a company would be reserved on asking or divulging information unless they want to know about particular finances or profitability or anything like that. But
yes.
I think when you interview, so when I start off and I do interviews, I let them know this is a two-way interview. I'm going to go through and I'm going to ask you some questions. And then at the end, I'm going to give you a chance to ask me some questions about myself, about my leadership style, about my pet peeves. And also anything you want to know about the organization, because I think the more transparent you are, the more comfortable that they're going to feel that you're being honest. When you're trying to hide something or not share something with them, that's going to put the candidate at an unease situation.
Great. Next question, please.
This is from Group D. What would you do if you have a really good manager, but there's his or her subordinates are not happy with him or her?
I'd have to figure out what good manager really means then, because if you have a good manager, you have a good leader, your employees are going to be happy with that person. So either the employees are doing all the work and the manager is putting on a front and a good talker, but not walking the walk or not walking the talk. And I think you need to figure out the disconnect there.
Okay. So next question.
Okay, it's from Group B. What do you think of the competency-based interview method?
It's not bad. It can work. I think it depends on a specific type of job that someone's applying to. So if they are looking to do something very mechanical, then yeah, you're going to need some competency. If you're doing something that requires some type of certain thinking or certain processing, yes, I think you can do that when it fits, but I think that should just be upfront, more in a kind of a preliminary evaluation. But then when you do the interview, really stick to the conversational interview where you're digging deeper and not just making it that.
Question, please.
Okay, this is from Group E. How do you have a balance between economic and emotional motivations in order to retain employees?
I think that by human nature, people are more emotional than they are economical or money driven. And I think that finding out the why and what motivates them is going to be your key to success. So I always look at the people first and value people as most important versus the money. And I would say 8, 9 times out of 10, by focusing on the person and focusing on meeting their needs and making them feel valued, that economical piece will not really play into it. Now, I say that, but on the other side of the spectrum, if you're in a market where you're underpaying people, that's not good. And you've got to make sure you have a fair market wage for what you're paying and be competitive in that. If not, then the economical part would definitely be important.
Okay. Next question. We still have time.
Yeah, this is from Group C. Troy, do you recommend hiring friends and family?
If you can avoid it, it's better to avoid it. There's nothing wrong with it, but I think you really have to have a good understanding going into it. I've just seen too many times in my experience where it crumbles. So about a year ago, I had a director hire an area manager who oversaw 2 different states, and they were buddies. You know, they went to the gym together, they exercised together, their wives knew each other, they were very close. Fast forward about 8, 9 months, he had to fire him. He had to let him go because he just took advantage of him and didn't do his job because he thought, well, we're friends. So it just caused more headache than necessary. And I have seen that too often. So if you can stay away from it, it would be much better.
Okay. Next question, please.
This is from Group B. What are your thoughts about hiring a candidate with little technical knowledge but a lot of commitment?
It depends on the job. If they're computer programmer position, that's not the right hire because you're going to require a lot of training. But if it's a job that you can train them and it's a skill that you can develop them in, then I would definitely go with their aptitude. I would definitely go with their drive, their motivation, because that's who you want. You want someone to help you take the company to the next level, and you can't teach that.
Thank you. Next question, please.
This is from Group D. What is the best way to fire a bad employee?
is there a best way to fire a bad employee? So I think for me, and I'll just share with you some experiences that I've had. So I've had to let a lot of people go, unfortunately, in my career. But one thing is I'm very open and transparent about everything. Mm-hmm. So when I get to the point of, I try to help them out, and I make sure that I document all the times that I'm helping them out, what I'm doing, what they're saying. So I have a paper trail if necessary. When I get to the point where I'm going to put it down on, verbal warning or written warning, I'll let them know, look, I've been doing everything I can to help you. I want to see you succeed. I care about you. I brought you onto this team because I think you can add a lot of value, but there's some things that you still aren't doing right. If those don't change, this is what I'm going to do. And I just want to let you know, I want to be upfront with you. So then they don't do it. I ended up, writing them up. They don't do it. I let them know. If this continues, it's nothing that I haven't done. I've done everything I can to help and support you, but I'm going to have to let you go. I've had people get up after I've terminated them, and they've given me a hug. Wow. And said, you have been so fair and so nice to me, and I can't believe how patient you've been with me. Mm-hmm. And I'm so sorry I let you down. I'm so sorry I disappointed you. And they've actually been sad because they let me down.
Yeah.
So I think it's how you treat people. It all goes back to, really, are you making sure that you have the right attitude with your team, with your employees?
Very good. So we're going to go to the last question because I want to wrap it up with some notes that I have, and I want to make sure that I understood everything correctly. So please, final question.
All right, this is from YouTube, from the comments on YouTube. Mexico has the most overworked people with less productivity of the OECD countries. What are your thoughts about how could we change that? What steps can we take as employees and as people?
So the least amount of productivity, I would say, really, it's more of a Lean Six Sigma thing. I think you got to look at your processes and look at what you can do to make things better so people don't work as hard. I believe that you got to work smart, not hard. And it might be a technology answer. It might be, a process thing that you can do different. It might be a different resource that you could get materials from. It might be a different vendor. But I think if you're having that problem in Mexico, you've really got to drill down and kind of analyze it and say, where's this coming from? And ask everyone who's involved in that process, because they do it day in and day out. What could we do to make your job easier? And the people will tell you, the people doing the job will tell you. I've had that happen so many times that they tell us one little thing. If we could change this one little thing, I could get an extra 30, 40 pieces made an hour. Really? That's it? I didn't even think of that. Great idea. Let's do it. So ask your team, and you'll be surprised at the answers you get.
Yeah, great. So thank you very much, Troy. I just want to wrap it up. So as I said, I want to make sure I understood everything very good. Leaders, pay attention to this. So just as I just said, just to conclude, leadership skills creates talent retention and talent acquisition. So everything comes down to the leader. Culture fit is the most important thing to look for when hiring someone, right?
Absolutely.
Then the responsible for the turnover is the leader. Always. I mean, we can have other aspects, but the main responsible for this is the leader. Then when we have these interviews, it's more about a conversation. So it's not closed questions. It's more open-ended questions and also behavioral questions. And obviously, everything starts, the talent acquisition and retention starts with the hiring process. So everything comes down to the hiring process, right? And finally, we need to be proactive as leaders and as HR departments or coordinators, supervisors, any position that you may have, and never stop looking for candidates. And as far as I see, we have the same struggles, the same things in America and here in Mexico, but obviously the way of managing is different. And I really appreciate all your knowledge and your tips and your experience that you are sharing with us. And with this, I don't know if you want to add something else.
No, that was a great recap. I think you highlighted all the main things we talked about.
Okay, so thank you very much for this fourth module that is talent acquisition and retention. And now we're gonna go to a short break of 5 minutes, and we're gonna go back for the fifth module that is gonna be very interesting. And we're gonna go back for the fifth module that is gonna be very interesting. So we're gonna go for this 5-minute break. Please count down from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are back to start our fifth module, that is good decision making. I'm sure that we are gonna learn a lot of things from Troy again, because this topic is gonna be presented by Troy Culver. And he's gonna be speaking to you these 45 minutes, and then I'm gonna be back to ask him questions. So don't hesitate to put all your questions in the WhatsApp and in YouTube, because we are collecting all of them. And after this session, we're gonna, like, continue and to follow up with all of them. So just making sure, Troy, that you are there to start with good decision making module.
I am. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you very much.
So good decision making. Not sure what everyone's thinking when you hear that. Like if I had a decision on what the lottery tickets will be for this week, I'm not talking about that. In life and in business, you make good decisions, and guess what? You're going to make bad decisions. And it's okay if you make a bad decision, as long as you learn from it. When I was growing up, my father would always tell me, a mistake's a mistake only if you make it once. Sometimes as a kid, I would take advantage of that because I knew I could get away with the quote unquote mistake one time. But it's an important principle that I learned through my life, that it's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to learn from it. And as I talk to you about good decision making, I'm going to throw you for a couple curveballs, if you will, because in today's world, you are probably faced with opportunities, decisions every day, choices every day, selections every day. You may have to go one way or the other. You may have to create this or eliminate this. You may have to push forward on this or pull back. You may have to buy or you may have to sell. And guess what? Those are the easy things. I know it sounds silly, and you may be scratching your head even now going, wait, that's what I want to learn about. That's the important stuff. No, actually, that's the easy stuff. You see, successful people make the right decisions early each day, and then they manage those decisions throughout the day. The earlier you make the right decisions and the longer you manage them, the more successful you will become. So I'm going to say that again because I think it's powerful. The earlier you can make those right decisions and the longer you manage them, the more successful you will become. Conversely, if you neglect to make those decisions or manage those decisions, you will look back on your life and regret not making those decisions. If you make the right decision about who you are, then you're going to be ready when something does happen. You will never change your life until you change your daily habits. So the decisions that I want to talk to you about today are the decisions you need to make every day when you wake up. And I'm not talking about, do I hit the snooze button on my alarm clock or do I get up? I'm talking about the decisions of who you are and who you're going to be that day. So I'm going to run through some examples, and there's a couple of these that I'd really like to spend a little bit of time on. But I think that daily habits for anyone are your mental battleground. And I want to cover these, and these are things that you can implement right away to start changing the choices that you make, to change how you can do things. So let's start with attitude. Every day when you wake up, you have a choice. You can have a great attitude, or you can have a bad attitude. Now, some people have told me that, oh, they woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. That's why they have a bad attitude. And they've even had other people tell me that they only have that one side of the bed, and that's the side they wake up on every time. But I disagree. Attitude's everything. And if you wake up each day, and even if you put a note, on your mirror, on your dresser, wherever, and I'm going to have a good day. Today, I am going to display a positive, right attitude. And you keep that, and you hold that, and you manage your attitude all day long. guess what? You are going to have an impact on those around you. You've all heard about the law of magnetism and everything else, but it's so important that life is about choices, and you always have two choices in everything that comes your way. Think of it as a placid pond, a lake that has no waves, and you throw a pebble into the center. Well, that rippling effect, those waves will eventually hit the shore. And if you would throw two pebbles in, those waves would intersect with each other. So every day you're going to come in contact with different people, whether it's people you work with, whether it's your family, whether it's your spouse, your children. And did you make the choice in the morning to have the right attitude? So attitude is one that you can change right now. Another one is priorities. And a lot of people get distracted by just the busyness. They fill up pages of to-do lists, and their calendar's full and their phone's full and they're multitasking. But really, what are your priorities? And did you make a decision when you wake up to say, you know what, I'm going to focus on these priorities in my life, in my business, because they're the most important to me right now. And I'm not going to change those priorities. I'm not going to deviate from those priorities, no matter what comes my way. I will not get distracted. I will stay on task and keep my priorities. So attitude, priorities, and another easy one that a lot of people can relate to is health, especially it's the holidays and New Year's is coming up. So what do people do? They make a lot of resolutions. And there's an old joke like, last year, my New Year's resolution was to lose 10 pounds. Well, I'm only 15 pounds away from that goal right now. Ha ha. So if you wake up in the morning and you say, I'm going to commit to my health, whatever it is, I'm going to make sure that I don't eat that candy bar. I don't eat that bag of cookies, that bag of chips, drink that soda, whatever it is. And you say every day, this is my goal. These are the daily habits I'm going to change. 30, 60, 90 days from now, after you've created those habits, you're going to notice a big impact. You're going to see the difference. For some of you, you've got to have a good work-life balance. And some of you, your family could be that unbalance. So maybe you need to make a daily habit and say, I'm going to make a good choice about my family. Today, I'm going to love them. Today, I'm going to care for them. Today, I'm going to communicate. I'm going to be there for them. I'm going to do what's right. Maybe that's the daily habit you need to change and start to think about and make it part of your DNA, your daily habits. Or maybe it's your thinking. Maybe you've got to change your thoughts. So I want to share an example of a story about a city boy or a city guy who went out into the country to visit one of his friends he hadn't seen for a long time. Well, his friend just happened to be a farmer and lived out in the country with lots of fields all around. And the city guy, when he was driving up, saw just a lot of fields, and it was just dirt everywhere. No crops, no plants, no nothing. When he got up to his friend, he's like, you got a lot of dirt around here. And he's like, oh, that's not dirt. And he's like, what are you talking about? All I see is dirt. He's like, oh no. Those are crops. They're going to grow. They're going to prosper. I'm going to harvest them. I'm going to pay my bills. I'm going to have enough money for next year. He's like, I don't see dirt. I see the potential in the dirt. And so let me share this with you, because I think this is very impactful. And I've actually shared this with sales organizations and different people who just have bad thinking, and they let their thoughts really destroy their life. So your thoughts become your beliefs, and your beliefs become your actions, and your actions produce results. And so think about the farmer, right? He didn't see the dirt. He saw the seeds in the dirt, and he knew that they would grow. He knew that if he watered them, and the rain came and he kept the weeds out, that they would grow into crops. So remember that your thoughts will become your beliefs become your actions, and then your actions produce results. Or if you take a look at it another way and you think of your results and you think of, I just got really mad at that person. Why did I blow up at that person? Why did I just do that? Trace it backwards. Trace it back to your actions. Trace it back to your beliefs, and then trace it back to your thoughts. Everything stems from your thoughts. If you think you're going to fail at business, if you think you're going to have a difficult time, guess what? Those thoughts are going to become your beliefs, and then they're going to produce actions, and then you're going to see the results. I knew a realtor once that every time he was told no by a potential prospect, by a potential candidate, he got excited. And I asked him, why do you get excited when you get a no? Why do you get excited when someone rejects you? Because I'm one step closer to the yes, and that's exciting. I'm like, wow, that's an interesting way to think about it. But that was his thoughts. So if he had 10 no's, he was excited because the 11th one would be a yes. If he had 99 no's, he was really excited because he knew that the 100th one could be a yes. So this could be a daily habit you could change, and to take captive of your thoughts, to make sure that you don't have stinking thinking. When my grandfather was alive, he was up in a tree using a chainsaw with one hand and holding the branch while he was in the tree with the other hand. Branch came loose. He ended up sawing off 3 of his fingers. He went down, picked up his fingers, put them in the handkerchief, went in, told his wife, hey, you need to take me to the hospital, then proceeded to went on and try to put on a suit and tie to go to the hospital, and couldn't put on his tie. And his wife's like, no, I'm not going to worry about your tie. Let's go. And then he wanted the doctors to put him back on. And the doctors were like, I don't think this is going to work. And I'm like, well, if you don't think if you don't think that that's going to work, I want a new doctor. I don't want you to take care of me. I want a doctor that knows that they can do it and believes that they can do it. So our thoughts are extremely important in business and in our personal life. In business, if you're having a difficult time and you have those bad thoughts start creeping into your mind, take a hold of them, get them captive, and don't let them overcome you. So another daily habit that you could change is commitments. For some people, they get busyness, overwhelmed, and they don't keep their commitments. Maybe you're the person that needs to write down, today I will keep all my commitments. Or maybe you're the type of person who's not really good with your finances, whether it's in the business or personal, and you're just going to buckle down and say, every day I'm going to make sure that I allocate my money properly. Or it could be your faith. It could be, you know what, I need to increase my faith and I need to get closer to God. I need to live out my faith. I need to be a better witness to others. It could be your relationship with your kids, with your wife. It could be your generosity. It could be your core values. Are you making connections with the people that you work with? Are you truly valuing them? Are you making improvements? Are you seeking out every day, I'm going to make sure I make 1, 2, 3 improvements? Or are you just going through the day mindlessly, just going through the motions, getting the task done, and letting it be what it's going to be? Or do you have a purpose? And are you seeking out to say, today, my goal is to make 3 positive improvements on my business, on my relationship, on my health, whatever it is. And at the end of the day, it's very, very important to pause and reflect and say, how did I do? If my daily habits are not in a good spot, I'm never going to be successful. I am never going to amount to anything. And if you take a look at any successful person, any successful athlete, they have habits that shame other people. Look at the Olympians. Look at the professional athletes. They get up, work harder, train harder, eat better, are more disciplined because they want to win. They have an end goal in mind, but they had to make daily decisions that was going to change their life. Why are there so many diet books? Why are there so many health books? Why are there so many get rich quick books out there? I believe it's because people want the magic bullet. They just want something easy. They don't want to put in the work. Well, the reality is, if you want to be successful, it doesn't come easy. Success is not easy. It takes time. It takes making mistakes. It takes learning from your mistakes. And it takes something called humility. It means asking for help. Now, I never was a good golfer by any means. But if I golfed with people that were bad golfers, I never got good. So what did I do? I tried to seek out people who played on the college golf team. So when I would golf with them, they would teach me and I would learn from them. And guess what? Because I surrounded myself with better golfers, my golf game got better. And as soon as I stopped golfing with the good golfers, my golf game, guess what? It got bad. And I had to ask a lot of questions. If you think about all the successful people, they don't have all the answers, but guess what? They have the best questions and they're not afraid to ask. So we've got to do that as well in our business and our life, and we've got to ask. I think the biggest thing or the hardest thing that everyone struggles with is asking for help, especially a leader. As a leader, you want to make sure you've got your stuff together, you're polished, everyone looks to you, they're asking you all the questions. You don't want to show any flaws. You don't want to show any weaknesses. You don't want to let someone know that you need some advice and you would like some help with something. But I'm telling you, if you want great success, you're going to need to stop and ask for help and ask for input in order to get there. So when you're thinking about this and you're thinking about goals and just how to make better decisions, think of it this way. It starts today. You can't change anything in the past, and you sure can't change anything in the future. But what you can do is you can control today. You can control how you think about something. You can control how you react to something. You can control whether you're going to engage someone positively or someone negatively. And I think that when you look at things in the past, people tend to, they over exaggerate in the past, especially if you're looking at, a high school football star or a high school soccer star. The older people get, the more exaggerated their tales are from when they were in high school about how great they were, how many goals they scored. And unfortunately, it's the same way in business. It's the same way with your company. So when you gravitate and you hold on to something that didn't go well, what happens over time, it just gets bigger and it becomes more of an umbrella that you can't escape. So that's why you need to grab captive your thoughts, change your thinking, change your attitude, set in motion more daily habits that are going to make you more successful. And don't simplify things either. So a lot of times, if I've had a challenging day, I won't even say difficult, but maybe a challenging day, you know what? It's over. At the end of the day, it's over. And I'm going to take time to reflect and see what I've learned, see what I could do better, And then tomorrow, guess what? It's gone. I'm not going to worry about it. So tomorrow is our future, right? So what is your attitude for the future going to be like? Will things get better? Will things get worse? Will your income get better? Will your income get worse? Will your relationships get better? Or will they get worse? What about your net worth? Will it get bigger and better or worse? We have more opportunities or fewer opportunities? If we're thinking about, future, I would guarantee everyone's going to be, it's going to get better. You're probably not listening to this right now saying, my future is going to get worse. My money's going to get worse. If so, you've definitely got some stinking thinking you got to change. Is your faith going to get better? Is it going to get worse? Is your health going to get better? Is it going to get worse? You can't control any of the things in the future, but you can control today. So hoping for a better future is kind of like playing the lottery, right? You can take a stab at it and hope that you might win the lottery. But in reality, it's going to take hard work. Have you ever asked someone what they were doing and they responded by saying, you know what, I'm just killing time. I'm just waiting. To me, they might as well be saying, you know what, you're throwing away your life or you're killing yourself. You're just wasting time. What could you be doing with that time instead of just wasting it? Or have you found yourself going through your phone, going through social media, just scrolling through over and over and over, and 10, 15 minutes go by and you're like, I saw some neat little things, but what did it do for you? Did it help you grow? Did it help you get better? Was that a good decision? Was that a good use of your time? Or are you just letting your life slip away through things that are not really that important? Again, if you are not focused on your daily habits, then success will be very challenging. So you are what you do, period. You are what you do. You are what you do daily. So think about that. What do you do every day? Because that's who you are. Are you the type of person who, you know what, I need to learn something today. I need to grow today. I need to get better today. I need to get more traction. I need to figure out a better way to do things today. Guess what? You're going to. You need to pick decisions that move you forward in a positive direction. You need to pick decisions that will help you grow and create better habits. So one of my personal goals, one of my things that I enjoy is I just have a passion for helping other people. So if I have an opportunity to help someone, whether it's helping someone at a store, load their car up or do something, or whether it's taking time to walk through issues and help them understand what they could do different, I'm going to do it because that's a daily goal that I want to do. I want to continually help other people grow and see their potential. Now, I can't tell you what decisions you'll have to make in your life or what daily habits you'll have to change. All I can tell you is that you should start, because if you don't start and you don't decide to do that, then your progress is not going to get there. And when it comes time to make decisions, you need to look at, if you're in a business and you have a business decision, you need to look at what's the action, timing, the acceptance, the leadership. What are all those things comprised of? Is the action right? Do I need to decide to do it? Do I not need to decide? Is the timing right? What are the odds of success? Should I create it now? Should I not do it now? Should I buy it now? Should I sell it? Should I sell it? Do I keep this employee? Do I not keep this employee? Your management decisions. What are your core values? Are you living up to them? And I believe that leaders have the ability to learn, and not everyone can make good decisions, but everyone can take actions to make better decisions. And it starts on a daily process. It's something that you're not born with, but it's a skill that you can learn. So I'm going to leave you with this, because I think these two things are hard lessons that that a lot of people have learned, including myself. The biggest mistakes people make in business are not making an informed decision. So the important thing is, before you make a decision, you have to gather all the information, gather all the facts, and then make the decision. And when you make a decision not informed, it creates chaos. You definitely suffer the ramifications of that poor decision. And the other big thing that people make, and the big mistake that people make in businesses, is making an emotional decision. You cannot make an emotional decision, but too many times I've seen leaders get upset that something didn't go right, or something didn't go their way, or they didn't make a certain amount of progress. They get their emotions wrapped up into it, and then they make an emotional decision, and that's usually goes very bad as well. So just to kind of sum it up, I think that good decisions start as soon as you wake up. They start as soon as your eyes open and your feet hit the ground. What type of day are you going to have? What are you going to focus on? Because the sooner you can make those decisions, and the more consistently you can manage those decisions, the quicker you will reach success. Jose?
I was speaking and my mic was not opened. Can you see me there?
I can't see you, but I can see you now.
Yeah. So thank you very much for this very interesting topic. And while you were speaking, what I was doing is taking notes, but I did it this way to share with, camera number 1, please. Yeah. So I just want to wrap up the topic before going to the Q&A part. So we have up, please. A little bit up. Up. Don't cut my notes. Up. Yeah, like this. So just let me know if I understood correctly all the concept that you just explained. So good decision making starts today. So we need to start today. And making a decision is a choice. We have this choice every single day. We need to decide, and we can decide every day, and this is like an emotional intelligence. We can decide our attitude, our thoughts, and our values every single day, because our thoughts become beliefs, and our beliefs become our behaviors as well. And to decide, we need to put effort in every day. So it's also an option to change and to adapt and to decide what attitude we're going to have every day, the thoughts that we have, and the values that we want to have, but also we want to promote with others and with our team. So after this, what I understood is, Karen, please, a little bit here in the success and failure part. Yeah. So what I understood is that we tend to over-exaggerate the successes and the failure from the past. So we remember that in the past, and we said, yeah, when I was successful and I had this failure, but we tend to over-exaggerate this part. And finally, and the last part that I understood, if it's correct, we can have 2 ways of making decisions. The first is informed decisions, and the second is emotional decisions. So we need to go, in the obviously here, what I put, and I'm going to put this in red, is not making emotional decisions, because this is the main mistake that we as leaders can have. So to have informed decisions and go back to do it today and every single day, this is going to be the best way of making decisions, informed decisions for the company, for the position, for the team, and for every single day. Mm-hmm. Was it the 45-minute session like that?
Looks good.
You want to add something to this?
Yeah, I think that just real briefly, if you want to get to the camera on the thoughts part.
Yeah, camera here and the thoughts here.
So your thoughts become your beliefs.
Yeah.
Then your beliefs produce action.
Okay.
And then your actions produce results.
Great.
And I think you could correlate that back to the farmer example.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you have a dirt field, you have the seeds, you have the crop, and then you have the harvest.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the complete formula. thoughts become beliefs, beliefs become actions, and actions become results. So right now we have what we thought before. All right. So this is the formula. So now we're going to go to the Q&A part after this, and we have still 15 minutes for Q&A. So there are a lot of questions from the audience, but we're going to start with the first question, please. Please, the mic for Joni. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay, this is from Group C. How to help the team to also change their attitude?
Well, first you've got to walk the talk. And I think attitudes are contagious. So if you personify, if you have the right attitude, that should be contagious. And then again, it's using leverage within your team. So maybe you have coworkers or peers or other employees that are very positive, have a great attitude. You know, talk to them and find out, hey, can you help me with this particular employee who doesn't have a good attitude? But in the end, if you have someone with a bad attitude, you've got to make an attitude adjustment. You cannot let that person stink up the whole team.
Yes. Okay. So next question, please.
This is from Group A. How do you make a person feel like part of the team if they don't get along with each other because of their own personality and previous bad experiences?
It's understanding the why. So if you know that much about this situation already, that they've had, you know, previous issues, then you need to dig down and figure out the why. What caused it? What happened? What drove them to feel that way? Once you figure out those pieces, you work it backwards, and you kind of strategically go backwards with that. So if you know the end result, what caused it, and then you go through and fix it that way.
Okay. So next question, please.
Okay, what do you think? This is from Group A. What do you think about that extreme positivity, the one that takes you out of reality when taking decisions?
Well, I think so. Good question. Some people can be, you know, an extremist when it comes to that. So I think you do need to be level-headed and realistic, but you always have a choice to choose a positive way to look at it. So you've all heard the glass is half full example. So you fill a glass full of half of water.
Yeah.
What do you have? Oh, I have a glass that's half full. I'm glad that it's half full. Well, what happens? You have a glass that's empty. Great, I have a glass. I can fill it up. So it depends on how you look at it, and you can be realistic about it. You don't have to over exaggerate or be over positive about things.
So another question, please.
This is as well from Group C. What should you do when you're surrounded by a negative attitude, the one that you cannot escape when taking decisions?
When taking decisions?
When making decisions. Uh-huh.
Oh, making decisions.
That's a very Mexican thing that we say, because here in Spanish is tomar decisiones. So tomar is take, but I mean, like, it's make decisions. Hacer decisiones en español diríamos.
Okay, so when making decisions, you're surrounded with someone that's negative.
Yeah.
One, if you're the one making decisions, you cannot let that person who's negative influence you. You've got to look to seek other people who are going to help you and champion you forward in a positive direction. Just like the example of when I was trying to learn how to play golf. Yeah, I didn't want to surround myself with a whole bunch of like lousy golf players. I wanted to surround myself with really good golf players. And the same thing goes with someone on your team that has a bad attitude. You don't want to involve them as much. You want to focus on the people who have a positive attitude and that can get behind and support you, and then deal with the attitude as a one-off and work on them later.
Yeah. Okay. Next question.
This is from YouTube. How do you overcome a very bad decision?
Well, we all make them. I've made them.
Me too.
I think the first thing you do is you've got to learn where your ownership is and what you did wrong. You got to learn from it. And I don't look at a bad decision as a catastrophe, as something I can never recover from. I just look at it as another way of doing things. Well, this way didn't work. Now I just need to find the right way to do it. And again, it's all about a thought and attitude shift, because a good leader is not going to let that get them down. So it's just a matter of how you look at it and say, all right, I learned that this didn't work. Now I got to figure out the right way to do it. And you learn from what you did wrong and try it again.
Okay, next question, please.
This is from Group D. What are your thoughts about the fear of making a bad decision? How do you handle it?
If you, so I've read some interesting articles on people who are elderly, and on their last few days or before they pass away, and their biggest regret is not making those decisions. So I think that you can't be fearful. You've just got to do it. What's the worst thing that can happen? You got to plan it out and say, I'm gonna try it. If you don't do it later, you're going to regret not trying it. So just do it.
Very good. So next question, please.
Yeah, another one from YouTube. As a leader, must I focus my decision making regarding the benefit of the business or the benefit of my employees?
Both. You've got to have a balance. So I think that's a great and insightful question. I think you need to keep your team in mind, and you need to keep their perspective and how they perceive things, but also you need to do what's right for the business. And sometimes doing what's right for the business may need, a hard decision, and the employees will need to get behind you, even though it may not be something that they want to do. And that's going back to explaining the why and everything. So yeah, keep it balanced as best you can. Great question.
Next question, please.
Yes, next question. How to improve our habits as leaders? What are the habits of a great leader in order to make good decisions?
I think it starts daily. So you've got to decide a few of the key things. I mean, I rattled off several today, but I think that good leaders, successful leaders are going to prioritize what they want to focus on each day. They're going to make sure that they have the right attitude. They're not going to be fearful of trying something. And, they're going to have courage. They're going to just get out and do it. So you got to make daily habits that will turn you into being very successful.
So we still have 20 minutes, so we want to have a lot of questions. Yesterday you the leaders were saying that you wanted to have more questions and more questions and more questions. Get the time today, we have 20 minutes left still for asking more questions, please. Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is from Group E on YouTube. Currently, in a world with a lot of fake information, how can you make sure you are using the right information to make an informed decision?
You've got to gather as much facts as possible. And there is a lot of stuff out there, especially via the internet, that is misleading and not accurate. So something that I have found in practice and in talking with other organizations and companies is you vet it through other people. So, hey, I've got these facts. I've got this information. Maybe it's not even in your organization. Maybe you meet for a coffee with someone else who owns a business. What do you think about this? And the more you can ask questions, the more likely you're going to understand whether all of these facts are legitimate or not. And then you can start sifting through it. But you need to get more people and more perspective outside of your company, outside of the scope of who you generally work with, to get some fresh eyes on that.
Okay. So now we're going to open to general questions. They don't necessarily need to be about this topic because they have a lot of questions not related to this topic. So, but we're going to allow them to ask. Mm-hmm.
All right, this is from Group A. What do you do when the team does not want to accept a new member because they are jealous they were not promoted? What do you do if you're the new member?
So I'll share a story with you, and hopefully this will answer your question. So I was actually hired into a company from the outside. I was not internally hired. I was hired from the outside, and I was hired into a regional director position. There were 3 other area managers that interviewed for the position, and guess which region I overtook or had was the region with those 3 area managers who wanted it. The first time I met one particular manager, they said, "Oh, I wish you were black and had 1 leg," because they were very upset. Now, it was not appropriate, but they said that. So what I said is, I said, "Hi, I'm Troy. Let's try this again." And we started over. And what I did is I met with each one of them, and I sat down and I let them know. I said, "Hey, I understand you wanted this position. You were very eager to get it. You interviewed for it, and I want to help you. I want to help you get it. I want to help you grow. So if you're interested, let's set up a weekly meeting where we can go over your leadership skills. We can go over any competencies that you're lacking, anything that I can help you. And along the way, I'm sure you're going to be able to help me as I learn this new role, and I'm going to lean on you for your expertise." So I think it's just about being transparent and, again, caring about that person well enough and genuinely enough that you want to help them out.
Great.
Does that answer the question?
Yes. Thank you very much. The next question, please.
This is from Group C. How to motivate the team to take risk in decision making?
You gotta take away the fear of consequence. You got to take away their fear of the unknown and just let them know it's okay. If they're not risk takers, then you've got to allow them to feel comfortable, and that's going to come from the leadership. You've got to be able to communicate to that to them and say, "Hey, I want you to take the risk, and it's okay if it doesn't work. I support you. We're going to learn from it, and we're going to figure out another tactic. But I want you to come up with an idea that's going to get us from point A to point B. So let's go. Let's do it." And get excited about it, and just get them to feel comfortable that they have that ability to do it without the hammer falling on them later.
Okay. Next question.
Another one from Group C. Is making a good decision a synonym for success? Yes, no, and why?
I think a good decision would be no, because no one's going to be successful off one decision. I think if you make daily good decisions and you are consistent with that, because consistency compounds, then yes, those consistent compounding daily decisions that you're making will make you successful. But I don't think success comes from just one great decision.
Yes. So next question.
Yeah, from Group A. How do you measure your progress as a leader?
I think there's lots of ways to measure. I mean, you can look at data, you can look at numbers, your portfolio, profit and loss. But I think really is to ask your team, how am I doing? What am I doing good? What do I need to change? And what would you like me to start doing? Ask them questions, ask them feedback, because if they see that you're growing, then you're going to continue to grow. It's going to motivate you. They're going to be your inspiration to keep being a better leader.
Okay. So, I mean, this is my question. Is there an evaluation that we can ask to fill out or something like that? I don't know, a survey from 0 to 10. How have you seen my job, my development, my whatever? Can we do that in a quantitative way?
You can do it however you like. Now, I think that if you can get them to talk to you, you're going to get more information.
Okay.
Than just filling out a form.
Okay. Thank you. Next question.
This is from Group E. Do you have a step-by-step list about how to learn from a bad decision?
Not a step-by-step, but the first thing you need to do is really figure out what went wrong. So it's whether it's a group of people that you were involved with, having a meeting and say, hey, this didn't work out. We need to go through and figure out why it didn't work out, what went wrong.
Yeah.
And then once you figure out what went wrong, then you just work it backwards. So it's just like following the trail all the way back to the very beginning on what caused you to go down that path. So it's really kind of strategic thinking, if you will, on reversing the whole process from the bad result all the way back to when did it go off course? When did you make that decision to go down a path that led you in the wrong direction?
Okay, next question.
This is another one from Group E. What are the 3 things that you would like to share with a younger version of yourself about leadership?
3 things that I'd like to share about myself about younger leadership. Realize that you don't know everything that you think you know, and that you need to continue to grow. Be more humble and ask for help. I think that was a downfall in my early years, is that I didn't want to ask for help. I just wanted to figure it out and do it myself. And I was very creative. I was very resourceful, and I figured out a lot of things. I ended up owning a franchise, in my early 20s, had no clue what I was doing. And, I was doing $90 million a year in sales. So I was like, this is a pretty big deal. And again, this was not yesterday. This was a few decades ago. And I didn't want to ask for help, but if I would go back in time, I would definitely have my younger self ask for help, because I could have made that 90 turn into 150 easy.
Thanks.
Now,
Next, please.
From Group A, could you share with us some of your routines or habits?
So one, yeah, sure. Let's see. So I do make sure that I make choices every day.
Okay.
And a lot of that is, I got to make sure I have the right thought process. I got to make sure that I control and captivate my thoughts, control my thoughts, and focus on the positives. I don't want to focus on the negatives. I make sure that each day I say, how am I going to impact someone's life? Because I'm going to come in contact with people everywhere I go. And every time I interact with somebody, it's going to have a rippling effect. So I want to make sure that I'm intentional about every encounter that I make with somebody, whether it's someone running into the store, whether it's at a gas station, whether it's at work, wherever it is, because you make that impact, and it can be a lasting impact, either positively or negatively. I do try to focus on my health as I'm getting up there in years. So I work out daily. I get up and make myself go to the gym and exercise, and I feel good. I feel pumped. Now, at first, when I first started going, it was hard, but everything's hard when you start. Now that I'm going, if I don't go, I miss it. I've come to realize that it helps me. Things that are in motion kind of stay in motion. So I'm able to keep up physically with a lot of the younger people. And they're like, wow, you can actually jump in there and help us out? Yeah, sure, I can do it. But my motivation is just to stay healthy. I also make sure that I keep up on my faith on a personal basis. So I spend time doing some daily devotions and spending some time in prayer. And all those things kind of help me keep my mental clarity on a daily basis.
Great. Next question.
All right, different people have asked this. How to avoid making a bad decision when starting a new business?
So, unfortunately, people will make bad decisions. It's going to happen. And it may not necessarily be a bad decision. It just could be the wrong timing. So it may not be, the concept of the business may not be bad. The idea might not be bad. It could be the timing. It could be financially. It could be the economy. There's so many variables into that. But I think people have to, here's an analogy. I think you have to jump and learn to fly on your way down. I think you just got to do it. Or the Nike slogan, just do it. I think there is if you jump into a business and it's a bad decision, then you learn from it and you say, okay, this wasn't the right time. I'm going to start over. Now, if you want to be more methodical about it, then really ask other business leaders, ask other people who have started business similar to yours, similar in nature, similar to the scope, to the scale, location, demographics, and ask them and see and get their advice.
Thank you. So we still have a couple of minutes left. So next question, please.
All right, this is from Group D. When making a wrong decision, what do you do in order to make your team believe in you still?
You got to admit you made a bad decision and let them know that we're going to learn from this and get better. when leaders make a bad decision and they don't have the humility to say so and they blame everybody else and they make excuses, that's when you lose your credibility. That's when you lose your team. Because ultimately they know that you made the bad decision, but you didn't own it. So take ownership of it, admit to them, let them know you're sorry, and let them know that you appreciate them and we're going to get this thing back on track and want their help and want their input to do it.
Okay, next question.
This from Group C. How to know if your team is on board with the decisions that have been made?
Isn't bored, did you say?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes. How do you know that your team is completely on board with the decisions that you have made?
Oh, completely on board. Gotcha. There's not really a way to know unless you talk to them. So a lot of times when organizations will make a big decision to do something, implement, X, Y, or Z, they'll ask for feedback. They'll send a survey out. They'll ask the leaders, hey, get your team together, have a meeting with them. We want to get a pulse on what's going on. So that way, if it's necessary, the company can turn around and pump the brakes and then pull this back and then re-roll it out at a later time or with a different flair to it. So I think the biggest thing you can do is just quickly get feedback the whole time you're rolling it out. Because if someone's not on board with it, you're going to realize it really quick. But if you don't engage them, you'll never know.
Okay. So next question.
Yeah, this is from Group C. Do you have a mentor? If so, what does he or she help you with, and how do you find that mentor?
Yes, so I have, I have four or five mentors. So I've got an older couple that help me just with, simple things like parenting or relationship issues, things like that, because they're older, they have a lot of experience, and they're very candid. They shoot me straight. They're not family. So I have one for kind of that area. I have two different people. I have a VP that I do coffee with probably once a month, and we just kind of vet ideas back and forth. He talks to me about issues within his organization. I talk to him about things I'm experiencing, totally different entities, businesses, but yet we share the same mindset. We share the same goal and passion on just getting better. So he'll ask me, what have you learned? Tell me something that you've learned. Tell me something that's impacted your life since the last time I've seen you. I'll ask him the same question. Okay. Hey, what's something that you've improved upon? What's something that you've done? I also have a computer guy, a very technical guy that lives in the cloud, and that's his world. And so it's very interesting for me to talk to him because he is super analytical, his brain just works very different. And he can write a program while talking to you and playing a game or something. He's just very talented. So I enjoy having him, speak into my life and help me. And then, of course, I have the whole John Maxwel team at my disposal. So if I'm working with a client or I'm working with an organization, I just send them a note and say, hey, I've got this situation. What do you recommend? And I get, the executive team, John Maxwel, Paul Martinelli, Chris Christopherson, any of those guys will sit there and chime in, or I'll get on the phone with them and say, what do you think? So I think if you don't have a mentor in your life, you don't have someone speaking into your life and helping you, you're at a disadvantage. Yeah. And you've got to have one business-wise, and I think you got to have one personal-wise, yes, or at least someone who has more life experience and someone you look up to be able to help you navigate the pitfalls. Yeah. So for an example, early on, right, with my first child, I did the counting. I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2. What comes after 2? 2.5. 2 3/4. And we were at a restaurant one day, and an elderly couple came up and said, "Why are you counting?" And I'm like, "Oh, excuse me." And he said, "No, if you're going to tell your kid to do something, you do it the first time, or they have a consequence. When are they going to start listening to you? When they get to 2.5, 2 3/4? Just tell them to do it the first time." And I'm like, wow. And when you have a child, as an example, you don't go to the hospital, have a baby, and come out with an instruction book on when the kid first cries, what do you do? Or when he cries this way, what do you do? So I think that when you have mentors, they can talk in your life and they can help you no matter what area it is.
Yeah, I agree. So we are almost on time, and we want to go to the last question, please.
All right. This one is actually from me. What variables or factors do you take into account regarding risk management in order to make a good decision?
You have to figure the impact on the business. You have to figure the impact on the people, your customers, your clients, your vendors, the bottom line. So really anything that, whatever your organization is, you kind of need to write down all the things that it could impact. And then after you figure out the different areas that could impact, then you need to kind of do the risk analysis on that and then figure out, okay, if I do this, I potentially could lose 10% of my customers. What's the impact on that? What would be the risk? If I do this, I potentially could make more revenue. What would be the risk? The risk would be this, but I could make more in this. So you just have to make a list of the things that it will impact, and then you just need to do a risk assessment for each individual one. So when you say risk assessment, it's a loaded question and a loaded answer because there's so many variables, and it depends on what the business is, what the decision is, what your goal is, what your end game is, everything.
Okay. So as always, we want to be very respectful with your time and with everyone's time. So thank you very much for this fifth module that we just talked about making right decisions. It was very, very important and very impressive, all the knowledge that you shared with us. And now we're going to go to a long break. So we're going to have 30 minutes and we'll continue with our sixth module that it's about working with multicultural teams. So let's go to the long break, 30 minutes, and we'll see you back. Thank you very much, Troy. So welcome back to this program that we are enjoying a lot. And for the final module, this is the sixth module, we're going to talk about teamwork in multicultural teams. And for this, we're going to speak again with Troy, and I'm going to be asking him questions. And if you have questions, please let us know, because we're going to ask them at the end of this conversation that we're going to have. So this is our sixth topic, sixth module, and pay a lot of attention, because remember, at the end, there's going to be a final quiz, a final test, so you can get this diploma. So Troy, are you here with us again?
I am. See.
Perfect. Perfect. So I want to start this conversation with a question talking about, more than a question, it's asking you like a definition or a concept about what's a multicultural team for you.
I think in today's society, it can be broken up into two. So I think everyone knows the general one, right, of culture, race, religion, gender, nationality, all mixing together, creating a multicultural team. But we also have all the other things to factor in now. We have all the generations, the Xers, the millennials, the gender preferences, all the LGBTQIA, etc., all the disabled workers, all the different viewpoints. So it is evolving more and more as we talk about multicultural teams.
Yeah, so it's everything about everything, right? So we talk about ethnicities, generation, nationalities, cultures, sexual orientation. So it will be like everything, you know. So
Yes.
to have this diverse group of people that we need to work with. And also, I would say about talking about multicultural teams, to work with different cultures, you know. So it's that they have different dreams, different motivations, different wants, different everything. So we need to understand. I'm very happy to share with all the audience your knowledge about talking with this, because the United States, you know, I think that is a country that has been with these topics for a long time. And maybe here in our region is something, you know, like it's new for us in somehow. So with this, I would like to ask you another question, that is, do you have an example that you can share with us of leaders struggling with diversity?
It happens a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's see. So a female manager called me one time, and she was struggling with a male who was in the process of going through the transition of becoming a female. And the only thing that he had changed right now was letting his fingernails grow, painting his fingernails and everything. Now, this did not bode well with that particular manager. It was not her belief. She didn't approve of it. And so she called me to kind of help her out with this. And one of the questions I asked is, what's all his paperwork? It's male name. What's all, his profile, male name. Okay, well, you still have to call him that. If you want to give him a nickname or something, that's normal within an organization. And I said, so this nails stuff, is it prohibiting his work? Is it lowering his productivity? Is it affecting anything? And she said, yes, it is. He's going around talking about nails. He's talking about the color of his nails. He's talking about all this stuff. And so I said, well, if it's affecting his work, then address his work, but don't address, his fingernails. Because if there was a female who got new fingernail done, then that wouldn't be an issue. So it turned out that this guy was actually transitioning because two of his other brothers transitioned, and he was being forced to and really didn't want to. And it was a big deal, but that was a difficult one. I can give you a couple other examples. I'm not sure about time, but you want me to give you another one, Jose?
Yes, please.
Another example of diversity. So we had an older manager. He was probably in his 60s, and he was really struggling with a new employee that was always on his phone. This new employee was a Gen Z, a very young person, always on his phone. That manager brought him into the office, talked to him, had 2 or 3 sit downs about him being on his phone, can't be on his phone, can't be walking around texting all the time. And I asked this manager, I said, well, have you tried texting him? And he's like, no. And I'm like, well, try to meet him at where he's at, because if he's on his phone all the time and that's his mode of communication, because he told me when he was in his office, he just zoned out and didn't appear like he was listening to the manager. So one day he was walking around on a cell phone, and the manager turned around and texted him and said, hey, get off your cell phone, put it away, time to work. And after that, he never had a problem with him being on his cell phone. There's lots of examples with diversity and leaders struggling. So just let me know when you want me to stop, but I can share more later.
So is it normal for leaders to struggle with diversity?
It depends. It depends on their background. So I have had leaders that have a certain sexual preference.
Yeah.
And if someone doesn't share that same sexual preference with them, then they struggle with that. Or if they have authenticity issue. So it really depends on the person and their upbringing. It depends on how open-minded they are. I think that a lot of leaders internally struggle with it. Now, whether they outwardly show it or not is a whole different thing. And I think that what's important is you got to focus on the individual. You got to focus on the work being done and hold them accountable just like you would anyone else. There's no difference between, skin. We all have the same color blood. I think it's all red. And, as far as all the other differences, we just have to learn how to work with people better.
Yeah. So we also had once a person who was, she had this application for a job in administration in my company, and she had the hair in blue. And the person that was in charge of HR, she came to me in my office, and she was like, I need to tell you something. And I was like, what? There's like the perfect candidate. And I'm like, what do you mean by the perfect candidate? She has the hair blue. And I was like, and what about that? I don't care. What's that? I don't care about that. And I think yesterday we were talking about company culture, and also the decisions that you make every day on hiring about diversity and multicultural teams are going to make a new culture and are going to set this culture for everyday, daily life.
We had a manager who wouldn't want to hire someone that had, a nose ring, an eye ring. He actually had a chain that went from his nose to his lip, I think. Just strange piercings and rings everywhere. And so I told the manager, I said, what are the requirements? Well, he'd be working up front with the customers and he'd be on the register, and I don't want him to have it. And I said, okay, well, that would be part of your interview process, that when you're working on the register, then you'd have to have those out and, put a Band-Aid on or do something else. And because he really liked the individual, but he just didn't want the chain and everything else. And so yeah, there's ways to work around it. It depends on what the company policy is or the store policies and the regulations, and you just have to fit it accordingly.
Yeah, I agree completely. And how do you manage this diversity, when you have different generations? Because that's something that we live in our companies and for sure in the United States as well, in other companies and organizations. I mean, we are so different generations, right? I mean, I'm right now 34 and I'm working with people from their 20s till 60s, and they have like this different needs, different wants, different everything. So how do you manage this diversity in terms of generations?
Sure. So let's start with the oldest.
Yeah.
So they usually call those baby boomers, and
Yeah.
depending on what website or what you're looking at, it could be, mid 50s to 75, 77, somewhere in that ballpark. So some of the characteristics of baby boomers are they're not technical savvy. So as far as technology, computer stuff, they're behind the eight ball, so to speak. So they prefer in person. They prefer physical contact and communication. They don't like the emails. They would rather write a handwritten
Yeah.
note than to send an email or a text.
Yeah.
The baby boomers have a super strong work ethic. I think probably the best work ethic out of every generation so far. And they're also very competitive. So when you know the characteristics of them, then you know how to lead them. And I think the best way to lead baby boomers is you got to get their feedback. You have to get them engaged and have them share their experiences and their knowledge with you and ask some questions, because if you do so, they're gonna feel very valued.
Yeah.
Maybe have them mentor someone else to where they feel like they're investing in someone. And if you're going to send out a long email or something with, some mode of communication that maybe we're all used to, maybe you need to call them ahead of time and say, hey, I just want to go over this information with you. I want to make sure you understand it. That way they can read it on their own. And then you're going to have to spend a lot of time investing in them with technical stuff, computer stuff.
Yeah.
But I think one thing we have to realize with baby boomers is never underestimate a baby boomer, because some people are like, well, they're old, they can't do the job, they're not physical enough. Don't underestimate them. I've seen baby boomers outwork Gen Zs and Generation Ys or millennials a lot. So, and then kind of moving chronologically, you have Gen X. So Gen X is kind of like the early 40s to mid 50s, if you will. Some of their characteristics, they're very independent.
Okay.
It's also unique that the Gen X is actually the smallest generation
Really?
of all of them so far. And they value a work-life balance. They don't like the overwork and they don't like the underplay.
Yeah.
But Gen X people are skeptical of new ideas.
Okay.
So I have found that when you're working with Gen X, you've got to sell them. You've got to use your influence to get them on board with the new idea. And then how to lead them would be allow them more flexibility, because they're going to get the work done, and keep them very engaged in what they're doing. Do not micromanage a Gen X person. And then you can use communication through email, text, or whatever, because they're up on that stuff. And the Gen X people want you to be very candid with them. They don't want you to beat around the bush, or they don't want you to talk in their back. They just want you to tell it as it is. Moving again chronologically down, you have the millennials. And so the millennials, you have to tell Jose if you think this is right. So millennials, they like to be coached. They like feedback. They like real-time feedback. They don't like it delayed. They're very tech savvy. Give them some technology, they can figure it out. They like diversity. They like to multitask. Their work needs to have value. So the millennials tend to see that what I'm doing needs to have some type of value. Now, how do you lead millennials? You need to communicate through email, texting, social media. Any of those things is fine for a millennial. You need to make sure you're giving consistent and frequent feedback and coaching, because they're going to soak it up and apply it. You need to give them the flexibility to kind of create or work their schedule the way they need to, or if they need time off or family emergency. That means a lot to millennials, giving them that work flexibility. Now, with millennials, you might need to train them on soft skills. Some of them really don't have the skill, and so you need to work with them on that. The other thing is too, millennials historically have been job hoppers. So they hop around from job to job until they find work that they feel valued at and has a value.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, I have another question because this has happened to me. If you have benefits for the company, I mean, benefits are for all, right? So it doesn't, we are not going to create benefits per generation, per needs, per values. How do you handle that? I mean, we have X benefits, but this generation wants something, this generation wants XJ, whatever. What can we do with this?
Oh, that's a loaded question. You're just gonna have to do what's right in the end. I think that now, if you had 90% of your people were millennials, I would cater your benefit package to fit the millennials.
Yeah.
So look at the demographics and the generation gaps you have, and try to make it fit that to the best as possible. And if not, get it to happy medium, to where it fits everybody, but not everyone's going to be happy.
Yeah. And what about, I mean, like, meetings, because some of them, they do like meetings, some of them, they don't like feedback. So should we as leaders adapt to them, or should
Yes.
they adapt to us? Or is it a balance? How does it work?
So we have to adapt to them, and they have to adapt to us.
Okay.
And like the Generation Z, which is the last one, they desire the most freedom out of all the generations so far. They're really into fighting for justice. They are really led and highly influenced by social media. So social media is kind of their driving force. They're to how many likes do I have, and how many followers do I have?
Yeah.
But they're also easily distracted. So when you lead them, you need to make sure you're providing consistent coaching, and you need to communicate through text, email, social media, and make sure your feedback is very timely. And then Gen Z really likes instant gratification. So if they did something extra for you, you need to kind of allow or give them something, or show them your appreciation. And you need to be honest with them. And something about Gen Z is they're not going to stay with your organization unless they see an advancement opportunity. So unless you can paint a career path for them, you might lose them, even if they're a really good employee.
Yeah. So we as leaders, we can make mistakes with this kind of decisions that we need to make every day with diversity and multicultural teams. Do you have an example of some mistake that you have made talking about diversity, multicultural?
Sure, yeah. Let's see, multicultural, or I've actually got a good kind of a diversity one. So when I was a young new manager, I hired a manager. Her name was Dorothy, and she came highly recommended. She was actually excellent. She was super good with her team. Sales were up, shrink was down, expenses were down, all the audits were extremely well. So she ran a very good store, but she was so disorganized. And when I say disorganized, I mean disorganized. Her desk had piles of paper on it, no random things. She didn't file anything. She didn't put anything away. And what I didn't know was Dorothy was autistic. She had a disability, and I didn't know that. But when I went into her office, when I went to visit her, I would get so upset because it just wasn't neat. I mean, I like a clean desk. I like organization. I like to have things orderly.
Yeah.
And I think that is representative of who you are. And when I would see all these papers, it would just drive me nuts. And so I would try to put them away. And she's like, don't touch them, don't touch them, don't touch them. And I'm like, okay, you do it. Well, one day she was on vacation, and I needed something. and I needed a couple reports. And I went to her office and I'm like, oh my goodness, where is it at? Nothing's filed, nothing's organized. I can't make sense of everything. I called her and she told me that what I needed was like 279 pages down on the left stack from the third row back on her desk or whatever it was. I don't remember the details. And I literally had to, lick my finger and count down all the pages. And sure enough, it was exactly there. And after that, I realized, okay, she's got a disability. I've got to be able to learn to accept that disability and not let it impact me and my judgment toward her.
Mm-hmm.
Another example is, so a guy named Sanjay, he was from India.
Okay.
He wanted to be hired on, and we gave him an interest in an assessment test. It was a math exam.
Okay.
And the math exam had, algebra questions, and it had long division, long multiplication. It had, how to calculate percents, how to raise your margins, shrink questions. And when he sat down to take the test, he looked at everything and just started writing the answers. He didn't even do his work. And he scored 100%. And I immediately thought, oh, this guy somehow got the answers from somebody. It leaked out. And I gave him another test. I made a whole new test. Mm-hmm. He did the same thing. He aced it. He was naturally very, very good at math. But I had that preconceived notion that something's wrong. But we ended up hiring him, and he had an excellent store and did a great job. Or here's another one, Mustafa Zir. His last name was Rahman. Mm-hmm. We called him Ramen, like ramen noodles for short. He was culturally very shy, very timid, wouldn't talk to people, had a totally different demeanor about him. And what I didn't realize was he was so meticulous, so strategic, so thoughtful about everything that he ran one of the best stores I ever had, and I never even had to ask him for anything. And he was such a patient and gentle man. But looking at him and looking at his culture, looking at how he did things, looking at his physique, everything is like, I don't know if this is the right person for the job. So I think that, I've learned that don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah. Doesn't matter whether it's, ethnicity, race, age, sex, whatever. And then also not allowing everyone to share who they are. You've got to recognize everyone for their individual talents. Yeah. So I was very impressed by those three that I just gave you as an example. Yeah. And at first I would have never even brought them on board, never even put them in a leadership position.
Yeah. Wow. So what's the main learning that you had from these three examples? They are very good.
I think the main thing is you've got to get to know your people. Okay. If you don't know your people, you don't know what potential they have. You can't help them. You can't develop them. And I think definitely as a young leader, I was more apt to think that I could do everything. And if they didn't do it, I would just do it for them and not delegate and not actually give them a chance. But when you're looking at people from different backgrounds, people from different generations, you got to figure out who they are, and you got to get to know them. And once you get to know them, then you know the true value that they have and they can bring to the table. Yeah. And there's a statement that you have told me that is, people are your greatest asset, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. It doesn't depend on the color. It doesn't depend on the race. It doesn't depend on anything. It's a person. It's a human. And that's the person at the end that is going to help you to achieve your goals as a company, as a leader. We need to understand, and this program is about that also. Yesterday, I explained this about being conscious and about being human with our team. And as long as we have this mindset, we are going to be able to achieve more goals, to have better companies, better teams, but seeing the person as a person, right? And you have told me this many times, right? People are your greatest asset.
And sometimes we as business persons, we think that it's more important, I don't know, the product, the price, I don't know, the supply chain or whatever. But sometimes we forget about training the team, motivating them, seeing them as humans, and seeing them as the key elements to achieve the goals of the company and our personal goals as well.
I think, as you get into leadership, you're going to make plenty of mistakes.
Yeah.
And talking about people are your greatest assets, that was a lesson that I learned hard when I first started. I remember walking into a store and the store was a mess. It was disarray. And I was so upset. I let my emotions get the best of me and sent the manager home. I said, look, this is what I asked you to do. This is what I explained needed to be done. It didn't get done. So go home. I'm going to take care of myself. And I did. I spent an extra, X amount of hours, got it all up to speed. And then the next day he came in and I said, now you keep it like this. And I don't want to have this conversation again.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the right thing to do? Absolutely not.
No.
Now I've learned now that, hey, let's get in there and understand, why did it get a mess? Why didn't he do it? What's prohibiting him from not taking it, not doing it right, not getting it done? How can I help develop him so that I don't have to continue to follow up and to feel the way I feel? So it's all about valuing your people as your greatest asset and working with them and getting to know them.
Yeah. And you said something before very important, that it's about earning the respect of the people, right? I mean, it doesn't depend on as we said, it's a multicultural team. But what can we do? I mean, like is that we can do right now? I mean, maybe not right now, but tomorrow with our team about earning this respect as leaders with them.
They have to know that. So I think of, and this is a kind of a different concept, but the people below me don't work for me. I work for them.
Yeah.
It's my job and my goal to help them be successful. In fact, when I bring someone on into an organization, I let them know that your success is my success. If you're not successful, then I'm not successful. And then I have to walk that talk. So my whole goal, my whole purpose is to make that employee as successful as they can.
Yeah.
If that means that they go up over my head and become my boss,
yeah,
so be it, because that's my goal. The more successful people I have underneath myself, the better I'm going to do. The more the people know and the more cross-trained they are below me, the easier my job becomes, but also the more successful we become.
Yeah, and that's a great mindset. But what happens with leaders that are afraid of having other leaders beneath them that may be in their roles, as managers, as supervisors, because I have had kind of these kind of people who don't like to improve their teams because they are afraid of losing their jobs or their positions.
I think John Maxwel talks about the law of the lid and realizing your potential. If you have someone, so let me back up a second. When you hire people onto your team, the goal would be to hire better people than yourself.
Okay.
I mean, that's the end goal.
Okay.
If you truly have that goal in mind, you're going to have a great team. Inevitably, those people are going to be promoted up to be your peer. And if you treat them right and you value them, when they become your peer and you get them promoted, then they're going to want to help you out too. And now you have a partnership. And if they get promoted before you, so be it. But they will always remember how you treated them. They will always remember the support that you gave to them. And one day they'll be taking care of you. Yeah. So what comes around goes around. You've all heard that cliche.
Yeah.
And it's true in business, and when you're working with people and developing people, it's the same thing. So don't be scared of having someone be promoted and get out of your team. That's a positive thing.
Okay.
If you were in that situation, wouldn't you want your boss to do the same thing for you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good thing to learn from this these kind of situations when working with huge teams or small teams. There are always more leaders within the team that we can bring them up, to our core team. And now let's talk about motivation, because this is a word that maybe it's a cliche as well, motivation. And we see these YouTube channels and, books and coaches and speakers talking about motivation. But yesterday you said something very interesting, that maybe motivation works only for a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks, but then we're going to go back to our old habits and this mindset that we had before. So when talking about multicultural teams, as I said at the beginning, they have these different needs, different wants, different values. They prefer different things because, generations are so different. And talking about motivation, how can we motivate our team continuously or forever, to be permanent, this motivation, even if they are in different generations? Let's say I have a team of 8 people, different generations, and I need to be, cheering up every day, but there are going to be some kind of people that they don't like, stop cheering me up, right? So what can we do? Talking about, I would like to divide the question into what's motivation, and how can we do this permanent motivation for our team and for ourselves as well? And how do you manage this with a multicultural team?
So motivation depends on the person.
Okay.
And again, you got to know your team. There are, let's see, for example, if I would send out an email and I gave a couple accolades and shout outs to some people who did well, I know some people that are on the team that would get fired up and very motivated because they didn't get recognized. And I also know other people that if they know your people and know what motivates them, and I hate to make this sound super simple, but you got to talk to them. You got to get them together and ask them, hey, what can I do to motivate you? What can I do to help you out? What type of things motivate you? That could be an interview question that you could have and say, what motivates you in life? What motivates you to succeed? And see what they say. But when you're talking about multicultural and motivating, then it adds a whole different complexity to it. So you have to be consistent in what you do, and you can't be selective because that could be discriminatory. But again, get your team together and say, hey, we've got to reach this goal. What would you guys come up with would be a great reward for you guys if you hit this goal? What do you guys think? And get their feedback. And you'll be surprised, and get them talking. And if you have people that aren't talking, call them out and say, John Doe, well, what do you think? I haven't heard from you yet. What do you think would be a great reward if we could get this? Well, I just want to know that we did a good job for the company. Well, maybe Sally would say, I want $1,000 because I need money in my pocket. You're going to have a complexity of different people, different cultures, different motivations. And there's not a magic bullet. There's not a simple answer to the question. Other than you got to do your homework, and if you're going to invest into your people and you truly consider them to be the greatest asset, then you got to know your team. And you got to find out what makes them tick and what makes them go.
So I understand that it's more like a reach of our team, right? Like understanding them, like maybe like a market research in marketing. Here in HR and in leadership, it's about researching in a good way our team and having this conversation and asking them what motivates you, what are you afraid of, what do you want in life, how many kids do you have, what do they do, like a lot of questions that can be super useful for us as leaders to have this specific motivation. And maybe not only for generations, but also talking about every single person, because we are different people, and every person has different motivations. And that's not talking, because I think even in generations there are sub-generations and sub-generations, so they have like these different needs, different wants, different things to worry about. So I want to talk about what are the benefits of working with these policies and rules, and not only the documents, but living with and working with a team that is multicultural, that has this diversity, that has this like mix of generations? What kind of benefits can we have as leaders in accepting different generations in our teams?
Knowledge, ideas, wisdom. I think that too many people are closed-minded,
okay,
and they aren't accepting of different cultures, different races, or different viewpoints, because maybe in Mexico you guys do a certain way and you're super successful with it, but what happens if someone from Australia shows up and says, "This is how we do it, mate.
mm-hmm,
Try our way"?
yeah,
I think the more open we are to exploring different ideas and different cultures and the wisdom that's shared, it's amazing.
yeah,
I have learned over the years, I have learned how, for example, when I was young and still going through school, I learned how to mop the floor from a Japanese person.
mm-hmm,
And they did it with two fingers, one hand and two fingers on the other hand on the mop, and they did it effortlessly.
mm-hmm,
And I'm like, this is how you mop. You don't mop like you do there, like you're doing now. And I'm like, how do you know how to mop? We mop our floors every day. We do this all the time. And you know what? That simple thing that I learned from a different culture, I've taught to so many people. I've been in stores or been somewhere and someone's mopping the floor and they're like, my back hurts. And I'm like, oh, try this way.
mm-hmm,
I'm like, where'd you learn that from? Well, Japanese person taught me.
mm-hmm,
I mean, it's just amazing.
yeah,
But so the different cultures, the different, backgrounds and everything, it really enriches your business if you allow it to.
mm-hmm,
But if you're closed-minded, then it's just going to be a hindrance, and you're going to be focusing on policies and procedures and what you have in your bylaws, and it becomes stuffy.
yeah,
So just allow it to blossom within your organization.
yeah. What should we do with a person in our team, talking about these multicultural teams, that has like racist, like actions and words and I don't know, like attitude, and we as leaders are promoting completely the opposite? What should we do with that person?
Well, one, you've got to stop it. You can't allow it to happen, especially if they are racial slurs or slanders or derogatory remarks,
Mm-hmm,
because that's just not the right way to treat anyone. It doesn't matter whether it's racist or generational or ethnic, whatever it is.
mm-hmm,
So you've got to pull them aside and talk to them and say, this is unacceptable. Now, I have had a lot of interactions with people that think that there are racial tensions or racial issues.
mm-hmm,
And I'm going to give you an example and see if this will make sense. So
yeah,
let's say I was there with you in Mexico,
mm-hmm,
and we finished the meeting and I left. And when I left, when I closed the door, it slammed shut, made a really loud noise.
mm-hmm,
Now you could think, oh my goodness, he's mad, he's pissed off.
yeah,
What's his problem? Why did he slam the door? What did I do? Did I offend him? Why is he mad at me? But what he doesn't know is a big gust of wind caught the door, and I didn't have time to grab it, and it just
yeah,
slammed, and I just kept going.
yeah,
So a lot of times people will connect dots in their life where they want them to be because they're based on facts.
mm-hmm,
So you can say the door slammed, yes, fact, but then you add your own story to it. And I think that unfortunately happens with races
mm-hmm,
as well. I've known a situation where there was a black operations team, like everyone was black on the team, and the sales team was entirely white.
okay,
After investigating the issue of racism between both the operations and sales team, there was nothing. Nothing was said. Nothing was done. Everyone was fine. But what they were all doing was they were all connecting the dots to make it racism. And someone came in and I was on the phone, but they didn't say hi to me. Okay, did you say hi to them? No. That's because they're racist. They didn't want to say hi. No, that's because you were on the phone. And it's simple stuff like that. Or with your spouse or with your family. Someone does something and you just immediately connect the dot and you paint your own picture. You create your own story based on the facts that you are aware of.
Yeah.
But in reality, you don't know what the other person was thinking. You don't know what the other person was feeling. You don't know their intentions. You don't know their reason. And the breakdown really comes from the lack of communication and understanding each other.
Okay. So we're almost on time again. You know, the conversation is so good. But I want to clarify something because sometimes I confused about this final question that I want to ask you. So yesterday we talked about culture. Right now we are talking culture like in general. So should we promote a unified culture within the company with a diversified cultures like underneath, or how does it work? I mean, like people, they are gonna come to the company, they are gonna come to the team, and they have different ideas, different knowledge, different preferences, different everything. And we were talking about kind of unifying the company culture, right? Because people must behave like this, people must, it is prohibited, it is forbidden this, you know. So we need to make this unified culture, but with a shared vision, with a shared culture. How does that mix work?
That's an excellent question. I think that company culture needs to be very simple. So for example, let me think of some company cultures I've heard. So company culture needs to be very simple. So for example, let me think of some company cultures I've heard. So company culture is really going to be, you know, we want to improve lives. We want to work hard and have a good work-life balance. We want to have energy. Simple, right? We want another company culture. We want to provide exceptional customer service, both internally and externally. And we want to, you know, those company cultures need to be very simple. We want to make sure that we are continually growing and being continually innovative. We want to come up with new ideas. We want to impact our community. We want to, whatever it is, the company culture needs to be very short, very simple, something that everyone can learn, memorize, and it gets in their DNA.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about multi-generational or multicultural stuff, I think that's more of how do you just handle those situations as they come up. But I don't think that creates a culture. I don't think that that should be the culture that you're trying to drive. As an entrepreneur, as a business owner, you want your culture to drive your business.
Yeah.
So if you have a lot of multicultural people within your organization, maybe it's one of your just drew a blank, sorry. One of your cultural things is, hey, we want to learn from each other and grow from each other. Okay, great. That could be your company culture. Learn from each other and grow from each other.
Okay.
And that would incorporate all the multiculturals, and then you could set aside, hey, we're going to have your National Food Day. We're going to everyone's going to bring in your native dish. We're all going to share and explain, or whatever custom or whatever. So it depends on your team and how diversified they are.
Okay. Yeah, so I understood. So at the end, it is a unified culture because we want this company to behave this way, and this is forbidden. This is
generations and, you know, Habitat for Humanity, or a project that you have to all get together and accomplish the same goal. See who's going to step up. See who's going to be the leader. See who's going to be the strategist. See who's going to be the morale booster. See who's going to be the cheerleader, etc. So you got to seek out an opportunity to put yourself in that situation.
Okay. Next question.
Thank you. This is again from Group C. How to develop an open mind to put judgment aside and connect with your team.
How to put judgment aside. Again, I think you got to walk the talk, and I think you've got to emulate that through your organization. And whatever leaders you have, they've got to be 100% on board with doing the same thing. If you do, then that's going to create the culture. And so when someone doesn't mold to that right away, they'll quickly see it and they'll know it. If not, they'll be singled out and addressed accordingly.
Okay. Next question.
This is from Group B. How do you keep millennials? It has been really complicated.
They got to feel like they have some value, and their work's got to have some value. So I think that the millennials by nature are job hoppers, and that's probably the hardest generation to keep, just because they're, something else is new, I'm going to that. So I think that you need to really provide consistent, very consistent feedback and coaching, making sure that if you understand what their goals are, you can negate a lot of that. If their goals are to, be this position, then help them get to that position. Let them know you support them and you're going to help them get there. But if you don't understand their goals, I think you're going to continue to lose them. That's a interesting generation.
Yeah. Okay, next question, please.
Yes, it's from Group A. The labor market is changing really fast. What are your thoughts about unemployment because of new technologies?
Yeah, that's a tough one. So unemployment it's very political in a lot of countries, and depends on the government and what they promote or don't promote. Here in the United States, people are unemployed because the government's given them a pretty good handout to stay unemployed, and there's not a lot of reason or motivation for them to get to work. I don't know if I have an answer for you on that, just because it's ever dynamic and ever changing, and probably ever will be.
Yeah.
So you could ask me next week and it'd probably be different. So
Okay. Next question.
Could the different generations be classified in a scheme of more particular activities by generation, as in technical, administrative, production, personal relations, etc.?
They could be. Yeah, they could be. It just depends. I don't think they fit all nice and neat into all those categories, but most definitely.
Okay. Next question, please.
All right, from Group A. Which is the biggest mistake you have experienced regarding diversity in any company?
Oh, the biggest mistake. Let's see. Give me a second. I can think of several, but the biggest mistake for diversity is really not understanding. I think if I had to put a capsulation on it, it's not understanding the power and the knowledge that people present. So I think, for an example, we had a pretty big ahead of us, and we had to do a conversion of 33 different stores. So basically, we were doing a hostile takeover in another country. We were buying those stores out, and we had to convert them in a very short period of time. We had a very big multi-diversity, multicultural team that was involved in this project, and we really didn't give credence to what they could do, to all their strengths, to all their background. We just kind of said, hey, this is what everyone's going to do. We didn't really stop and find out that, oh, this type of people and this group of people, they could take this and knock 25% of time or cut the cost or whatever. So really not being aware of the advantages that all the different multicultural generations can have was probably the biggest oversight that I've had.
Okay.
And probably set us back, I think, about 2 months in the project. So I think we could have finished it a lot quicker.
Okay. Yeah. Next, please.
From Group A as well, how do you create an organizational culture when all teams are multicultural?
Well, I guess the question would be, are they really all multicultural? I think that the culture of the organization needs to stem from the owner or the entrepreneur, and it needs to permeate all the way down. If it's not, then you got to ask yourself why and figure out where's the breakdown. Now, if you have a company that has your home offices in Mexico, but you have another office that's in Japan, you have another office that's in Russia, you have another office that's in Iceland, you have another office that's in Italy, you might have some cultural differences in those offices, and that's to be explained because they're all in different locations, different demographics, different cultures. But other than that, you shouldn't really have a big diversity of cultures because you got to break down somewhere.
Okay. Next question, please.
Okay. What if you want to develop people, but they're not interested? If you're honest and say, I want to help you, and they answer, I'm not interested, how do you deal with that?
So that's a really good one. There are people that they don't want to do anything else. They just want to punch the clock and do their time and go home. They don't want to make any more money. They don't want to be a leader. They don't want to do anything. So when you have people like that, then they need to be the best they can be, right?
Yeah.
So my challenge to them is, okay, I get it. You don't want to go into management. I get it. You don't want to be a leader. You don't want to be cross-trained. You don't want to go into, this other position. If you just want to stay in this position, then I want you to be the best janitor that we have in the company. I want you to be the best, the most knowledgeable, and not only in the company, in the state, in the region, in the country. And so you can always motivate them to take pride and ownership. And as an example of that, we had a loss prevention person, which not a loss prevention manager, but just an LP loss prevention guy. And he didn't want to do anything else. He just really loved using like the Wicklander and interrogating people and watching videos. And he didn't want to get promoted. And so when I talked to his boss, the LP manager, I said, okay, then make him the best LP guy there is. So not only did he become the best LP guy, he started training other LP guys outside of the company, outside of the organization. And he eventually took off and started his own company, training tactics, because he became the best he could be in that particular role.
Okay. Next question.
This from Group C. How to get people to know each other when they're from different countries and all work is virtual?
And all work is virtual.
Yeah.
That's $1 million question right there.
Yeah, that's the question we want to answer. We want the answer for our work.
So there's been a lot of companies here in the States, and I've been involved with a little bit of it, but it's very hard. So I know that Thanksgiving just happened as an example. So I know of a company that they had different ethnicities and different culturals, and they made a point on Thanksgiving Day, 1 hour, everyone had to connect and just share with them, the video of their family and say hi and what they were doing. And I don't know how successful it was, but when you're talking about everything done virtual, that becomes very hard, because I think that breaking down the walls of diversity is much better in person. It's much better when you're able to see them and interact with them. Virtually, it's very difficult in today's society doing that.
Yeah. So next.
How do you execute a motivation action plan with different multicultural teams?
I would say the same way you do it without multicultural. I think that I mean, you set forth your plan, you set forth the action, and then you execute it. I think when people don't get on board, you need to ask the question why, and then kind of determine and figure out what's at the root. What's the root cause? Is it a multicultural? Is it their understanding? Is it their background? Is it something that's causing that? Or are they just not on board with it and they just don't want to do it? Is it just a will issue?
Okay, next question.
This is from Group A, and it's a really honest question. What do you recommend if my temperament is choleric and I'm really not apt to empathize?
Okay, so what do you do if your what is?
Can you
Sorry.
repeat the question, please?
Yes. What do you recommend if my temperament is choleric? I'm like really angry all the time, and I'm really not apt to empathize.
Well, I would say you as a person needs to grow and learn to overcome that. I think that we're all in a stage of growing and developing ourselves. And one, if you're self-aware of that, that's great. But I think that it's important to learn to be more empathetic with others. And I'll give you an example. There was a salesperson that was doing super good, and they were hitting all their metrics. They were doing all their stuff. They were actually one of the top salespeople in this organization. Well, they went through some really difficult things in their life, but a lot of people didn't know because they were a very, very private person, and their sales went down. And then they were put on a PIP, which is a performance improvement plan. And if they didn't reach this level of sales, they were going to be terminated. And I talked to that sales manager and said, what's going on with them? They said all their sales numbers dropped. They were the number one salesperson. They should be performing. And I'm like, no, I ask you, what's going on with them? All their sales. I said, no, what's wrong with them? What's going on? I said, have you asked? And so the sales manager went back and said, hey, I know you've been doing a really, you're one of the top salespeople in the company, and what's happening now is unusual, and I just want to know, is everything okay? Well, then he found out that the person went through a major divorce, got kicked out of the house, was living with a friend, doesn't have a place, had all his stuff in storage. His dog died. I mean, just a whole bunch of crazy stuff. And that's why his sales performance went down. Well, then when that manager found all that out, he helped him get his feet back on the ground. And now that guy is outperforming and still doing everything, still one of the top sales managers. So as a leader, we have to show empathy, because we have to, people are our number one asset. And if we don't truly believe that, then the hard question for us as leaders, are we in the right spot as a leader or not?
Okay, I think we have time for 2 more questions, please.
Yes, this is from Group E. How do we motivate teams with greater seniority in a company when they have lost trust from management?
Well, it goes back to influence. And so when they've lost trust in management and you're trying to motivate teams, I think that transparency is key. Okay. If you're new and you're coming onto it and you're trying to get them motivated and get them going, but in the past they haven't seen positive results, what are you going to do different? And have you learned from the past mistakes that have been made? Are you aware of the past mistakes? Have you communicated to them, hey, in the past we know that this and this and this has been done. We understand that it's created a big sour taste in your mouth, and we understand that you're not totally on board because it hasn't worked and you weren't valued and you weren't thanked and you weren't appreciated. But moving forward, this is what we want to do, and we really need your help to do it. We believe in you. We know that you guys know this operation, you know the business, you've been here a while, and we really need your support, and we trust with you we can get this job done.
Great. So next question, please.
We have a real case here from Group A.
Okay.
4 months ago, I hired a 56-year-old person, but she had a lot of problems to adapt to the activities assigned because the team's work rate is very fast. Today, I had to let her go. The objective was to be inclusive, but it didn't work. As leaders, what can we do?
It goes back to, it originally goes back to the hiring. So unfortunately, this was probably a baby boomer, I would guess, from the sound of it. So they're not going to be as technical savvy. They're not going to be, able to learn quick stuff. They're going to rely on their past experiences. So if you were unable to unpack that from the get-go, from the interview process, then there's probably nothing that you can do, because you're not going to be able to change that type of person, because they're a baby boomer, and it's going to be hard to get them integrated and up to speed on everything that quickly. So again, it goes back to making sure you get the right fit at the very beginning.
So we have time for another question, please.
All right, this is from Group E. How do you achieve motivation and integration when you handle different business units in different places?
Can you elaborate on the question? Are you talking different places in different countries, different places?
So you're talking about different
cities?
Places, different countries, different cities.
Yeah, different countries.
So
Just supposing, yeah.
I think that whoever is leading the organization in the different countries, you need to pull those together, and you need to make sure that all of you share the same vision. You share the same thoughts, you share the same attitudes, you collaborate very closely and very tightly, even if that means that you do have to do some international travel and get everyone together, because that it's just very important. If you have the key people all sharing the same vision, as we talked yesterday about 2020 vision,
yeah,
then they can go back and take that downward into their organization in that country and be able to drive that forward the same as you would in your country.
Okay, great. So we are on time for this final section and for this sixth module. And we still have some minutes, 20 minutes around, so we can finish on time, because we want to conclude with this. We want to go to conclusions, right? So we want to make sure that you understood all the topics that we went through. So we have 25 minutes approximately to close the session. Yeah, 20 minutes around. And I'm going to be giving like a quick summarize, or I'm going to be just like to put a wrap up of everything that we saw and that we were taught. Super Troy here with us. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes. So just talking about the block number 2. So we talked today about team and equipo in Spanish. We went through 3 different topics, or 3 different areas. The first of all, we went to talent acquisition and retention, where we saw that the most important thing is hiring. So everything comes down to hiring. Remember that this is the most important process. This is the most important thing. You need to focus on this. You need to take, to take time to hire the right person, because everything starts with the hiring process. This is super, super important. Then we need to have employees who feel valued, because we saw that one of the main and of the basic needs of the human beings is obviously belonging to somewhere, belonging to someone, belonging with or to the company, so this is very important. So they need to feel valued. Then Troy told us that we need to do these interviews not only with closed questions, but we need to do like these conversations. We need to have this candidate that comes to our offices or to our companies or to our places, and then we need to do these conversations, right? So what do you think about this? What are you gonna do next to this session? What do you think about that? What would you do in this situation? So this is very important about conversation. So the interview is not like this systematic process. It's something that it's more like a conversation. It's something that it's more like to get to know that person. Then, obviously, and a good tip and an advice that Troy told us is to be proactive. So we cannot remain on our computers just putting the backend post on our like platforms or Facebook and waiting for that person to come and to be hired in our company. We need to be proactive. We need to go outside of the company and look for candidates. We saw some statistics, right, about Facebook, about Indeed, this platform that we use here in Mexico, and there are a lot of positions that companies want to attract this talent. So we need to be proactive. We need to be leaders that have this proactivity, that we want to, like to go and to get people out of the company to get them into the company. Then we saw something very important. This was a tip also that Troy gave us, that is never stop recruiting, never stop. So even if you don't have any position, it's going to be, like that you need to attract talent for that position. You need to still, like every time to remain and to keep on recruiting all the time. This is super important. And I was asking Troy if you can have like this, like database or whatever of all the candidates that you have. And then if you have a position that is open, then you can just cover that position with that database or with that pool of people that are wanting to come into your company. So this is super important. This was like the quick summary of the fourth module. Now talking about the fifth, we talk about good decision making. And this is very important also, because we as leaders, we are making decisions every single day about our team, about our company, about our organizations, and we really need to be sure that we are making decisions. Troy told us about right decisions, that they are always, like right decisions or bad decisions. They are not right or bad. We need to decide today. So I think that the wrong decision is not to decide today, right? So we need to decide today, and that's going to be part of the good decision-making process. Then something that is super important in not only talking about decision-making, but also talking about motivation, about leadership development, is that we need to decide our attitude, we need to decide our thoughts, and we need to decide our values. And remember that Troy told us that our thoughts become, at the end, our actions, right? Our thoughts at the end become our actions, because what we are thinking, it's something very important, because at the end, it's gonna get us the results that we are having and that we are gonna get if we still have these thoughts and this mindset. If we don't change the mindset that we have right now, then we are not gonna change the results that we have. Then we need to put effort on it. This is something that we need to understand. We need to put effort on the things that we are doing. So if we want to decide, if we want to make decisions, if we want to do this process of decision in a good way, then we need to put effort on it, on every situation, on every person, on every area of our company. We need to put effort on it. Then we talked something super important also that I like a lot and I put on my notes. Action is a choice. So if you are thinking, should I do this? Should I do that? Maybe I can do this. Maybe I can do that. Don't think about it. Just do it. It's an action. Action is a choice. And we need to be very, accurate when we think about this and when we talk about this. Action is a choice. So if you want to make a decision, that was topic in module, we need to put effort into the action, right? So this is very important as well. And then we talk about emotional decisions or informed decisions. We as leaders, we need to get all the data, all the information available, and then make the decision, because this is the first and the main mistake that as leaders we can make emotional decisions. And we talk about this in emotional intelligence, because we need to get apart the emotion out of the informed decisions. So we need to understand that this can be a very big mistake if we make emotional decisions. Then in this last topic that we just finished minutes ago, we talk about teamwork in multicultural teams. Here, something very important, even if the topic was multicultural teams, we said that Troy said that multicultural, it's not only about the culture, it's about preferences, it's about nationalities, it's about everything, everything. So when we talk about multicultural teams, we're talking about multi-everything. I mean, that was my words, So this is not Troy's words. Then understand the culture. So the main tip that Troy told us and that gave us, it's to understand the culture. We need to understand the culture. We need to go and to ask them what they need, what they want, what they value, what their wishes are, the motivators that they have. So this is to understand. And I also asked Troy if it was more like a research, like in marketing, we need to make this research for our consumer. And in our team, we need to be these researchers in a good way to find out what our team wants. So that's something very important. Then the third thing that I wrote is to earn the respect of the people. So we as leaders, we may think that people need to respect us. And yesterday we talked about this with the difference between boss and leader. We think that because we are leaders, people need to respect me, and people need to follow me, and they need to do what I say because I'm the boss. And that's wrong. I mean, we need to earn the respect. And Troy shared with us a very good example about in the company that he worked on, how different moments in different situations, I mean, we need to earn the respect from the people. It's our job. It's our work to do that. We need to work every single day to earn the respect. And then when we talk about multicultural, we said that one of the benefits that we have when we work with multicultural teams, it's we're gonna increase our vision. We're gonna increase the ideas, and not only increase the number, but also increase, like this perspective of the company and of the team and of the products and of everything. And then we're gonna have more viewpoints. So that's something that, I mean, for me, that's a good benefit, right? To have more opinions, to have more vision, to have more viewpoints, and then gathering all these visions together, gathering all these ideas together, ideas together, then I can plan and I can, drive better my company. So that will be almost the last thing that I wrote. And the final one, my last note that I just put a couple of minutes ago, and I'm gonna highlight this because we need to understand this. People are your greatest asset. And this is very, very, very important. If we understand that as leaders, our people are our greatest asset, then we're gonna understand that our, leadership is not about us, it's about our team. We need to understand that we need to develop ourselves. We need to improve ourselves. Everything comes down to us. So when we are having a situation in our team, don't blame your team. Blame yourself in a good way. Ask yourself, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing? What am I not seeing in my team? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not seeing something. Maybe I'm not making my employees feel valued. Maybe I'm making a bad hiring process. Maybe I'm not deciding. Maybe I'm not having these policies and rules and culture of working with multicultural teams. Maybe I'm not earning the respect. Maybe I'm not having, actions. So all the things that we learned today, they come, like I just said, everything comes down to me as leader. We need to develop ourselves. Don't blame our team because who hired that person? Who hired that person? Who is motivating that person? We also talk about motivation, and we're talking about motivation. We said that motivation needs to be every single day. And we have teams, we have humans, we have people who are humans for sure. We don't have any company, until now, that works only with robots. We all work, and we need to understand that this program was made for humans. And everything is changing. We talked about this yesterday. Everything is changing. Everything, the market, the industry, the products, the team, the members, the policies, the rules, everything is changing. So the question and the reflection is, who needs to change? If everything is changing, the person who needs to change is the leader. And that's why we are here. That's one of the main reasons why we created this program. And I appreciate a lot that Troy joined us to this session. And I just want you, Troy, please to give us some conclusions as well of all the things that we saw today, of all the questions that leaders had for you. And I don't know if you want to add something. We still have 10 minutes for this last time of conclusions of today.
Well, I think you did a great job, Jose, on capsulizing everything.
Thank you.
I think if I can drive anything home, it's all the issues that you have within your organization, all the issues that you have with your people. What it all boils down to is, do you have the right mindset?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really value your people? Because they're the ones who's going to make you profitable. They're the ones who's going to make you a success. And if you think about it as you're working for them instead of them working for you, that will help you. Servant leadership is a great study if you want to do one. And it's about serving your people. It's about how to make things better for your people. What are you doing each day to improve their life as a leader, to make things easier for them, to make things more efficient for them? Help them out. The more that you help them out, the more they're going to want to do for you, the more successful you will be. And I think to remember the daily habits.
Yeah.
Make decisions on what you want to change. Set it in motion. Make sure you do it each and every day, whether you have to put Post-it notes up or put a note in your car or in your office desk, whatever it is. But those small changes over time will compound. Consistency compounds, and you'll see a difference. Jose?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like this day was with a lot of information, a lot of things. But as you just said, we need to take this responsibility of being leaders. We need to serve people. As you just said, this concept of servant leadership is like one of the most important concepts that I have heard with referring to leadership, that you are a leader to serve your team, to transform your team, right? And you said that before in a question, talking about your role as leader is to make the best person of that person that is seated in your desk. So yeah, I mean, like I agree with all this, and I don't know if you want to add something.
No, I'm sorry. There was a little delay. I was like, what?
Okay. Yeah, so if you don't have any more to add, I will thank you a lot, Troy, because today was a full day for you. These 3 topics, these 3 sessions were, like super, super exciting for me. I took a lot of notes. I'm gonna put them into my application, into my company. Thank you very much for being here and for accepting this big work on transforming leaders, not only in Mexico, but in 11 countries that we have leaders connected today. So thank you very much.
You are most welcome. It's an honor, and I'm excited that everyone wants to improve themselves and help other people out. That's what it's all about.
So thank you very much, Troy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are almost finishing this program. There's still 6 minutes left. I'm going to switch to Spanish to give you some final things and final points para poderles explicar que hoy pues hemos concluido nuestro segundo módulo. Para aquellas personas que nos siguen escuchando y que siguen aquí presentes, porque tengo algunos avisos para darles en estos minutos finales. Importantísimo entender que, ver si me pueden subir un poquito el volumen para que las personas me puedan escuchar, porque ya aquí ¿cómo se dice? Cambiamos el idioma al español para poderles dar estos avisos últimos en el programa. Entonces, solo saber si me están escuchando ya correctamente. Es que aquí es todo un tema de producción backstage, que todo salga muy bien. Ya, muy bien. Entonces, con conclusión es súper importante. Con todo esto, hacer sentir a nuestros colaboradores valiosos, hacer que se sientan importantes. Importante nunca dejar de reclutar, aunque no tengas posiciones vacantes o vacías. Ser muy proactivo con todo lo que estás haciendo y contratando, ser proactivo. Ya no podemos contratar gente solo detrás de nuestro escritorio. Después vimos el tema de toma de buenas decisiones. Hay que decidir hoy. Las decisiones que tengas pendientes, tómalas el día de hoy bueno, mañana para que ya puedas ahí como descansar el día de hoy. Decide tu actitud, decide tus pensamientos, decide tus valores, porque en la medida en la que decidas tus pensamientos vas a transformar tus acciones y tus acciones tus resultados. Ponle esfuerzo en todo lo que estás haciendo. La acción es una decisión. Entonces, hablando de decisiones, toma acción. Y hacer decisiones, tomar decisiones informadas en lugar de decisiones emocionales. Ahora, cuando hablamos de la parte de equipo de trabajo en multiculturales, que creo que para mí fue uno de los temas más interesantes que muchas veces en empresas suceden, pues Troy bien nos decía que cuando hablábamos de la multiculturalidad, hablamos de la multigeneracionalidad, multipreferencias, multinacionalidades, todo, ¿no? Y por eso pusimos multi todo. Entender la cultura. Es nuestra responsabilidad como líderes entender la cultura con esta multiculturalidad, ganarse el respeto de las personas y hablar que una multiculturalidad o un equipo multicultural nos ayuda a tener una visión más grande, con mejores ideas y con mayores puntos de vista. Y por último, que esa es la conclusión con la que vamos a terminar antes de pasar a los avisos parroquiales que les tengo que dar el día de hoy, es que la gente es el activo más importante. La gente o las personas son el activo más importante que tenemos en la empresa. Entonces, bueno, con todo esto que estamos concluyendo y como ya lo vieron, de verdad estamos siendo muy así exactos con los temas de tiempo porque queremos ser respetuosos con su tiempo y con el tiempo de todas las personas que nos acompañan, incluyendo a Troy. Quiero ir cerrando esta segunda sesión explicándoles que el día de mañana vamos a tener nuevamente el último bloque de 4 horas. Vamos a ver estos 3 muy interesantes que es conversaciones difíciles, cómo dar retroalimentación a nuestro equipo, cómo pues realmente tener esta conversación con nuestro equipo y esto lo va a hacer Troy Culver. Después tenemos un tema súper importante que es adaptación de la tecnología post pandemia y esto lo vamos a hacer Troy y yo. Después vamos a hablar de un ejemplo muy padre que trae Troy Culver de la rueda de la comunicación o communication wheel. Luego tenemos unas conclusiones, al igual que lo hice el día de hoy, de 25 minutos, y tenemos un mensaje de cierre de parte del presidente de Coparmex Jalisco el día de mañana. Entonces, con todo esto, recordarles varias cosas. 1, el 13 de enero, de 4 a 6 de la tarde, tenemos una sesión extra de seguimiento para que no se pierdan el contenido que estamos teniendo. Mañana termina la acreditación. Ya les vamos a explicar cómo va a ser el proceso de recibir su diploma oficial, pero tenemos esta fecha programada. Y muy importante, y ya les dije que eso se los comparto de todo corazón, vamos a hacer un evento exclusivo para presentar, que le llamamos pre-launch, ¿no? O pre-launching event, que es un evento de pre-lanzamiento del libro en el que he estado trabajando desde hace 3 años y que hoy es una realidad y que ustedes van a ser los primeros en poder inclusive ver la portada, cómo quedó, ver los gráficos, les voy a contar toda la historia detrás de ella y detrás de él y con todo esto pues entender que son especiales para nosotros ya como líderes, porque ese libro trae muchas de las cosas que hemos hablado. De hecho, en el libro, fíjate, sin saber que íbamos a hacer este programa, cuando empecé el libro, hablo ahí algo de Troy. Digo, cuando conocí a Troy Culver, ¿no? Ahí lo platico. Y entonces, por último, recordarles que la acreditación requiere de un examen que están el día de hoy, se los van a enviar sus líderes a todos los grupos, por favor, que se los van a mandar, tienen que contestar las preguntas antes del que empiece el módulo el día de mañana, porque empezamos con el módulo yo explicándoles las respuestas y pues ya sería súper injusto que alguien lo llene cuando pues ya estamos explicando las respuestas, ¿no? Con todo esto, recordarles que ustedes tienen que pasar estos exámenes con 90 de calificación promediada entre los 3 módulos y para aquellos que se queden en algunos rangos que tenemos definidos, va a haber inclusive unas secciones adicionales para poder sumar de alguna forma y que sí obtengan esta acreditación. Acuérdense que esta es una acreditación que tiene, ¿cómo se dice? Como mérito, basado en el mérito, ¿no? O sea, que realmente sí tuvieron que poner atención el día de hoy. Y con todo esto, pues realmente agradecer y para irnos despidiendo porque estamos en tiempo ya, agradecer muchísimo de verdad a todo el staff que está aquí el día de hoy. Ya sí, todos de que ya, ¿no? No, ellos nunca pierden el ánimo, es como si estuviéramos empezando otra vez aquí desde el inicio, ¿verdad que sí? Es que esa actitud la que tenemos aquí en esta aula, todo el equipo, Amaru también que estuvo aquí interpretándonos, ya también le hace que, ¿no? Ahí está en la otra aula. Y agradecer siempre de todo corazón a Coparmex Jalisco, agradecer al Consulado General de Estados Unidos en Guadalajara, a la Embajada de Estados Unidos en México, que permite que los líderes puedan estar el día de hoy becados al 100% conectados de 11 países y además, importantísimo, no somos 11 países, somos 12 países porque tenemos a una persona que es de El Salvador. Actualmente vive en México, pero pues bueno, su nacionalidad es de El Salvador, entonces en realidad somos 12 países los que estamos tomando esta acreditación de 32 estados de la República. Entonces, de verdad que muy contento. Quiero agradecer aquí también a IOS Offices, porque gracias a ellos pues podemos transmitir con toda esta tecnología y con toda esta producción que estamos haciendo el día de hoy. Y con todo esto, pues nada más recordarles que mañana va a estar buenísimo, mañana terminamos, no queremos que se acabe. Cualquier comentario, cualquier sugerencia, cualquier duda, a través de sus líderes, llenen su examen. Yo se los dije ayer, en equipo o individual. Hoy vimos un tema que es en equipo. Ustedes sabrán qué entender de esto. Entonces, bueno, nos vamos a despedir con esto. Muchísimas gracias en punto de la hora para terminar y que corran ustedes a sus actividades personales, laborales o las que tengan. Les agradezco muchísimo de todo corazón que hayan estado con nosotros y espero que el conocimiento haya sido muy provechoso y que lo pongamos en práctica todos los días en nuestras empresas. Nos vemos el día de mañana para terminar esta acreditación en liderazgo internacional de parte de la Embajada de Estados Unidos en México, Consulado General de Estados Unidos en Guadalajara, Coparmex, Jalisco, Kingala, un servidor y Troy. Les agradecemos muchísimo por haber estado el día de hoy aquí y que descansen. Muy buenas noches.